Sup, football fans? I know what you're thinking. First thought, Tom Downey sure looks way different. My name is Trace Moustakas. You can call me Moose. Welcome into NFL Daily Live, and it is day 4 of NFL free agency. Super excited to break down all of the going-ons here in the NFL and recap everything that's happened, plus some very juicy rumors surrounding some very big names. Now, before we get into any of that, let's chop it up a little bit. Shout out your favorite team. I'm going to let you know what mine is here first. Ready? Can you guess? Bears. Got Mr. Jack Lotteray on the ones and twos today. What's going on, Mr. Lotteray? How are you?
I am, hello. I am
Coming in hot on the mic.
Pumped to talk some ball. We got some big names.
Huge names.
Got some big, wait. Oh, here we are.
There we go.
We got some big names still on the board, including one who was seen pondering on the beach last night.
And if you don't know what we're talking about, Mr. Aaron Rodgers was spotted with the sand between his toes yesterday, which to me indicates we're not going to get a decision anytime soon. But you never know. He could make a guest emergency appearance on Pat McAfee or call somebody and leak something. Aaron Rodgers seems to be the gift that keeps on giving in the NFL world, does it not? Even at 41 years old, well out of his prime, it's just crazy. Let's get some teams out here, shall we? Epic says the Bengals. Gaming Wizard, what's going on, brother? He says the Bucks. The G-Men from Nick's Galaxy. Entre los Trace Postes. I don't speak Spanish, but he says the Cowboys. Eagles Mafia. I'm going to take a wild guess and see which one that is. Then we've got Marcus, who's in. He says the Patriots. Thomas, my daddy, says John Garcia. Vader. I saw someone give Aaron Rodgers loose change on the beach. Hey, you know what? Something tells me that he's not fiending for loose change, considering all that money he made from the Jets. The Browns from Epic Jet. Got 235 people watching now. Eagles Mafia, Eagles. Shout out to NDSU. You know, fun fact, this is the second time someone's brought up the NDSU polo. I actually lived in Fargo for a while. About 2.5 years I spent up in North Dakota, and I have to tell you, it's the coldest place on earth. Zaire Brown says you're just going to skip the top comment. I didn't see you in there, brother. Carolina, the Dolphins from Miami Dolphins fan. Shocking. Rise up, says Chris B. Daniel says, what do you think the Saints and Texans do today? Well, the Saints have been kind of active already. They signed a tight end this morning. That was breaking news, but it's more of a depth piece, a little rotational piece, and the Texans have been quite active as well. They got Braxton Berrios. They sent Laramie Tunsil away. Jack Stoll was the name. That's who I was thinking of. Jack Stoll signed with the Saints. The Texans, could they go after Cooper Kupp? He's on the market now. Tevin Jenkins is another name that the Texans could be eyeing as well, a guard from the Bears, second-round pick out of Oklahoma State. There have just been a ton of names that have been thrown out, and already a lot of names have been signed. So day 4, we have seen kind of these, depth piece, rotational pieces kind of coming in, and that's kind of, stereotypical of what's expected, but there are still some huge names like Aaron Rodgers, like Russell Wilson, Cooper Kupp, Amari Cooper, Stefon Diggs, just to name a few. The boys! So let me ask you this. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers is going to play in 2025? That's the question that we have on the board right now. And we're going to get into this a little bit later on in the show with some free agency predictions. I think it's down to about 2 teams. All the narrative saying that Aaron Rodgers is going to go play for the Vikings. Listen, Rodgers is so aware of the Brett Favre narrative. There is no shot, I think, he plays for the Vikings. I don't even think it's a possibility in his head. He doesn't want to go down and be remembered as Brett Favre 2.0. He's kind of carved out his own legacy, his own image. Good or bad, he's done that. And I just don't see it happening for the Minnesota Vikings. Pittsburgh hopefully says B. Jackson. Yeah, that's one of the teams out of the 2 that I think remain a major possibility. I don't know, but Jack, what do you think?
I mean, I think he's a giant. Still, I'm going to hold firm on that. I think that Joe Shane is trying to garner a little bit more goodwill after the absolute disaster class that was last offseason.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna say the Giants.
Yeah, look, God, it would make so much sense for Rodgers to stay in New York, wouldn't it? He's already there. They've got a number one wide receiver in Malik Neighbors, who was one of the best rookie seasons I think I've ever seen. I mean, why wouldn't he stay in New York other than the Giants, they kind of suck.
There was a report I saw, I don't know if it's true or not, but it was talking about how he didn't like being in the New York media market.
Yeah.
And for someone like him who's got a very fragile ego, I could understand that, but why wouldn't you want to be in New York, though?
Well, I can tell you this. As somebody who has lived the last couple of years in Wisconsin, Aaron Rodgers is a name that gets thrown around daily. And I can tell you this. The Green Bay media glazed Aaron Rodgers. He was the man who walked on water. When he grew his hair out, I'm pretty sure people were like, is this Jesus Christ himself? So I get why that ego comes into play for Rodgers, right? You look at it and you say, like he was so built up in Green Bay to go to a media market like New York where they are very, very tough on their athletes, but will give you the world if you perform well for them. And in 2023, going down with that Achilles injury, and then last year with the lackluster performance that he put up the first half of the season, he just wasn't good enough. So maybe you're right, and I think that would probably be the narrative and the reason why he would stay in or not stay in New York, but I think it makes the most sense for him. Now, before we get on with more of our free agency talk here, how about I give a big shout out to our friends over at Fanatics. Look, the NFL season has officially begun for the 2025 new league year, and you can start shopping for your favorite players over at Fanatics. So if you see this little link right here, we're going to put this in the description and the comment section of today's video. You can start shopping immediately. Check out all these amazing jerseys and other gear over at Fanatics. I personally love Fanatics. I've gotten 2 jerseys, a couple of hats, some really nice cups, believe it or not, that have kept my drinks extra cold and extra warm. So I love shopping at Fanatics, and I think that you will too. So make sure you use that link when you go start shopping today. Some more NFL news to get to here. The free agency tracker has been fully updated. Harrison Smith re-signing with the Minnesota Vikings. And I got to tell you, that is a Minnesota man through and through. Cam Sample signed with the Bengals. Details coming on that. Cam Jordan goes back to the Saints. Tylan Wallace signed a 1-year deal with the Ravens. Kyle Trask, back up to Baker Mayfield, re-signed in Tampa. Mac Jones, that came out of left field last night, thinking that he might be the new version of Sam Darnold in his own head. But he signed with the San Francisco 49ers. Dalvin Tomlinson signed a 2-year deal, defensive tackle with the Cardinals. And then you've got some, like I said, a bunch of smaller details. Adam Thielen going back to the Panthers. Jack Stoll going to the Saints. Jamin Davis, a 1-year deal. Full details to be expected. David Andrews, your favorite team, Mr. Lotteray, the Patriots, they released their 10-year career captain with the He's gone now. Their center. Completely out of the building. KJ Britt signs with the Dolphins, and then a bunch of other players like Josh Uche signed this morning with the Eagles. Mason Rudolph back up last year to Will Levis in Tennessee. He goes back to Pittsburgh where he began his career, and then Will Clapp signs with the Saints. Scotty Miller going to the Steelers as well, and KJ Osborne signs with the Washington Commanders. We've also, if you want to get in on it, we totally appreciate it. We're chopping it up, having a great time on today's show. But it's not just talking ball. We want to have a little bit of fun with you as well. So here is our Super Chat menu. $2 beers, cheers. So if you send in a $2 Super Chat, I've got some delicious Happy Dads. No free ads, more like no free dads. $5, we're going to talk all about your team, dive deep into it, and talk about the free agency signings, expectations for next year. $10 is going to get you a wheel spin where we have a bunch of awesome options. $50 is going to get you a beer bong, and $100 Das Boot is what we're going to bring you. And that thing is huge. It's about this high. Maybe not that high. About that high. And we're going to fill it up with our favorite beers and chug it down. So get those super chats in if you want to contribute. Remember, you don't have to, but it is greatly appreciated by us here at Chat Sports. Now, let's ask you this. Who is the best NFL free agent left? Get it down in the comments. I'm going to start reading out some names immediately. Anyone think KC is getting anybody? Stefon Diggs could be a name that the Chiefs could go after, and I could feel like he would sign with Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce out in Kansas City, but that remains to be seen. Wow, Cooper Kupp is getting flooded in there. We love Kupp. I'm a big fan of Cooper Kupp, even though he's kind of dropped off a little bit. Asante Samuel Jr., I hope he goes back to the Chargers. I really do, but it doesn't look like they're going to re-sign him. Diggs. Yeah. Diggs again. And look, a lot of these names that you're seeing, these big names like Amari Cooper, Cooper Kupp, Stefon Diggs, they are getting older, but the injury history is probably the biggest concern and red flag for a lot of teams, right? Like, I feel like that's probably why you haven't seen some of these guys signed yet. And the money, of course, too, because these guys still believe that they can get it done at an elite level. Stefon Diggs, I could see having a really good year. I don't know that Cooper Kupp is going to give you another 1,000-yard season.
I disagree. I think Kupp can still be elite.
You think so?
I'm high on Cooper Kupp.
A lot of people
That's just me.
A lot of people are.
But I still think Cooper Kupp can be legit. That's just me.
Yeah. Look, elite, I'm going to disagree with you. Good, yes. I could see Cooper Kupp having a 70 reception, 800 yards, 5 touchdown season. But I don't think he's a wide receiver 1 anymore for a good team. And I know he'll want to stay with a good team. He won't want to go to a team like the Jets, or the Titans. He'll want to go to an actual contender, a playoff contender, where he'll most likely be a wide receiver 2. And I think that's just fine. Lockett, we get a Tyler Lockett in there. He's getting old. But also a stand-up dude. Seattle loved him. Off of an ACL injury. Yeah, again, remember, with modern technology, you see a lot of these players come back with stronger ligaments in the damaged area than they did before. Now, it's not always the case, but in this particular case with Cooper Kupp, I think, again, not a 1,000-yard season, but somewhere around 700-800 yards, very doable, which for a lot of NFL receivers, they would take that all day and twice on Sunday. Zeke. Get out of here. Yeah, right, David. That's funny. You must be a Cowboys fan. Ezekiel Elliott. Yeah, how about damn Cowboys? Hey, what have they done this? They traded for Kyer Elam yesterday, which, any Bills fan will tell you, thank God he's out of the building. And they kind of gave up, I don't want to say they gave up a lot. They gave a 2025 fifth and a 2026 seventh. So it's not a ton, but for the production that Elam gives you, I don't know why they did it. I would have just said, we'll give you a 7th straight up.
I remember this was 2022 draft, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Elam was highly, highly touted. Like everyone was like, this guy's going mid to late first round. He's gonna be, and I think he went late first round, early second round, if I remember correctly.
Yep.
But yeah, just a fall from grace, man. Just did not play well in Buffalo. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Christian Benford in Buffalo right now is the emerging star corner, and I think that didn't do him any favors either. Rasul Douglas is going to be a free agent. Something tells me that the Bills, if you are a Bills fan, they're going to go after a corner in this draft, whether that be Jahdae Barron from Texas or Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky, who, by the way, ran a 4.29 at the Combine, fastest time at the Combine this year. So it's going to be interesting to see. Amari Cooper to New England. Keep that in mind. I've got that for later on. Just a little preview there. But I would love to see Amari Cooper in England. Drake May getting 70% of what Amari Cooper used to be. Still very, very good. And we got our first super chat of the day. Let's go, Tito. Appreciate that, dude. We're going to get you on screen here in just a second. And also, by the way, we've got 800 people watching right now. We appreciate you tuning in. But we've only got 64 likes. That's terrible. Let's get up to 100 right now. So hit that big thumbs up button for us. If you love chat sports, you love NFL free agency, and you want to help out this new guy here on the channel. 400, the 50% like rate. I want to start with let's like inch our way there. We got to walk before we can run, right? And we got to crawl before we can walk. Tito up on screen. How we feeling about Bears? Drafts open for us. Now, if Graham, Genty on Gamble are gone, what are we doing? Okay, so I think I get what we're saying here. So if Ashton Genty is gone at 10, what are the Bears doing? So it's funny. I am a Chicago Bears fan, so I've been, kind of talking up with Harrison Graham, our Bears host over at Bears Now. Feel free to go subscribe if you love the Bears. And we both agree that with the signings the Bears have made in free agency, Joe Thuney with the trade, Drew Dahlman signing from Atlanta, Jonah Jackson, who, by the way, played for Ben Johnson a couple of years ago, something tells me the Bears are gearing up to take a skill player. I think it could be Genty because DeAndre Swift is not a three-down back. Great in open space. He's an awesome pass-catching back, and on 1st and 10 in a 5-wide scenario, I honestly think DeAndre Swift is an amazing RB2, but he's not a power back. So to me, if Genty's gone, you're not going to take another running back at 10. So you'd probably go, oh man, do you want to take a tight end? I mean, Cole Kmet's still really good, but Gerald Everett was not at all any help last year as a tight end too. So I'm going to say they could go D-line, right? D-line, maybe another edge rusher. Because Grady Jarrett, I know that we just brought him in from the Falcons as well. He's not getting to the quarterback nearly as much as he used to. He's going to be like a 4 or 5 sack guy. So I think a reach would be James Pierce Jr. from Tennessee. Great talent. Got some off-the-field character issues. But honestly, Mike Green could be another great one from Marshall. He had like a 17.5 sack. So you know what? I'm going to throw it out there. I'm going to say Mike Green. Why not? Let's throw caution to the wind. We got another super chat. Football guy, MA football guy. Big Dad Bod in the house here. I want to see those Kupp and Juszczyk in New England. Yeah, Juszczyk is meeting with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Yeah, meeting with the Steelers today, so I don't necessarily know that I could see Juszczyk in New England. Cooper Kupp? Do we really?
We do. We have a Cooper Kupp update
Let's hear it.
From Jordan Schultz.
Ooh.
The sense around the league is that Cooper Kupp doesn't plan to have a long, drawn-out process and prefers to make a decision quickly. Take notes, Aaron Rodgers. Kupp has interest from at least 5 teams, and the expectation is he'll decide sooner rather than later. It's unclear if he'll take any free agent visits. So it could happen today.
Yeah, it definitely could happen today. So that tells me one thing. The most important thing for Cooper Kupp is playing next year. Second on the priority list is going to a very, very good team. So if you can kind of get the best of both worlds, he'll take it. But then the Patriots would come back into play because they're not the best team available, but they have the most in cap space. So the Patriots could be keep an eye on that. That's a good rumor. Appreciate that, MA football guy. We did get a signing. What's our new signing? Mostert. The Raiders. Mitchell Renz is having a field day over there, isn't he? Wow. Raiders. Well, last year they had a really gross running back room. Alexander Madison was their number 1. And look, Mostert. Did he really? Oh. Just not very good. You know what? Actually, a pretty decent signing. Mostert spent the last year with the Dolphins, and it's clear that he was like, didn't they have like a trio of running backs last year in Miami? Well, there's another guy from off the top of my head. Yeah, I can't remember. But Achane was clearly the number one there. Mostert. Yeah. And Achane does a lot for what Mike McDaniels likes to do in Miami, which is throw the ball and Tua's captain check down. So Achane's one of those guys. Jalen Wright. That's it. That's the name. Jalen Wright, who's also a pretty good player. So I actually like the signing from the Raiders. I think adding even more running back power, and I feel like running backs kind of make it a comeback in the NFL after what we saw Saquon Barkley do last year, 2,000 yards. So let's grade the signing. I'm going to give it a solid B-. It's a need, right? It's not something that's overly flashy. It's somebody that can give you 120 carries, 130 carries, 400, 500 yards, couple touchdowns. Nothing bad about it at all. Rotational running back. Marcus says C+. Mike says B. Yeah, right around that area. B+, says Vincent. He's high on Mostert.
Mostert's 2023 was really good. Over 1,000 yards, 21 total touchdowns.
Was that still with the Dolphins,
yeah.
Right?
In 2023.
That was before they drafted Achane.
Yeah.
Or was that his rookie season?
I think that was Achane's rookie year.
Yeah. So
Achane was second year last year. Yeah.
So, but I mean, look, he
But
exploded.
Mostert at that point was still the bell cow back.
Yes.
So
correct.
he was getting, and he had that was the 70-20 game against the Broncos or whatever. And he had 4 or 5 touchdowns that game or something.
Yeah. We do have another super chat, by the way, from Titans fan. So we'll get him on screen here in just a second. I don't want to neglect you. We get all the super chats up on screen. And by the way, I've been neglecting my beers cheers. So I'm going to take a couple of sips of my first Happy Dad of the day. Nothing like a 12:30 beer. Cheers. Oh, delicious. What flavor is that? Lemon lime. All right, let's see it. Do you expect the Titans to move on for a veteran quarterback, and which do you think is the best choice, and do you see any moves you'd like to see them make? So, Will Levis, when he was drafted, I'm not going to lie to you, I was kind of high on. I thought he was an underrated draft pick in the second round. I've clearly been proven wrong. So, last year, it was not a good season for Will Levis. Now, we can take a look at some of the top free agent quarterbacks left on the market. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson, they're probably not going to Tennessee. Actually, they're not going to Tennessee. But guys like Jameis Winston, Joe Flacco, Gardner Minshew. For a long time, I was high on Sam Darnold going to Tennessee. I think you could see a guy like Carson Wentz land in Tennessee. They're not going to go after a guy that is overly expensive. So you're not going to go out and spend money on a guy like Daniel Jones in Indianapolis, which try to make it make sense. It just does not. But Carson Wentz, Drew Lock, I could see those being some names that you get. Cooper Rush is also a name, back up in Dallas last year who started a couple of games. All of those nice pieces. But I honestly think, Titans fan, and I appreciate your super chat, you guys are drafting Cam Ward. So if they do sign a veteran quarterback, it'll be on a 1-year deal who's going to be a bridge guy for 8 games before you decide to put the rookie in. So I think Cam Ward's already got the Titans on the wall. I don't think you're going after Abdul Carter. Got another super chat here from our guy what does that say? Slammin' Sam, MHJO. Slammin' Sam. We'll get you on screen here in just a sec. There he is. Dart is a perfect fit for the Steelers over Ward. Yeah, but the Steelers, not 100%. Jackson Dart has been climbing up some boards. I'm not going to lie. He had a good combine. But you're also looking at a guy who has very similar characteristics to Kenny Pickett. I was actually talking about one of this with one of our other Chat Sports social media gurus, Jackson Durham. And he was saying that it is beyond crazy how many similarities the two have. So I think he'll be slightly better than Kenny Pickett, but he doesn't have a great arm. He is 6'2", so he's got the size that you like. He doesn't have crazy mobility. His accuracy is good, not great. In the right system, like with a Kyle Shanahan, I think you could absolutely find some use for him. But no, I honestly, I don't think he's not going to be a round one pick at all. But in the Steelers, it's possible. We are getting super chats through the wazoo right now, and I am loving it. I got to take some more drinks here. I am very much neglecting all of this. Cheers to you guys. Yeah, let's do this real quick. Let's give you a shout out. Love it. Love it. Let's do it. Retweet that, and we will give you a shout out. Let me open up Twitter here. Gotta open up Twitter. Oh, yeah.
Help get this video out to more NFL fans. Go retweet the pinned tweet. I just spammed it in the chat. And if you retweet the pinned tweet, Moose is going to give you guys some shout-outs. And make sure you follow Moose as well. We added him in the tweet. So go click on his at Moose_NFL, and give him a follow as well.
I'll do you one better. If you go follow me right now, the first 10 people that follow me, I'm going to follow you back. The first 10 people that follow me on X, Twitter, I will follow you back. And make sure to...
You're going to get 2 for the price of 1, okay? Retweet the pinned tweet, and we'll give you a shout-out on the show. And then, if you go one step further and follow Moose on Twitter, he'll follow you back. Two for the price of 1. You're killing 2 birds with 1 stone.
That's awesome. Oh, here we go. Kupp. 2 Pats. Appreciate that. No. No, I am not. You got it. Mario, appreciate you, dude. I'm following you back.
I'm going to give some shout-outs to the retweets. We got a quote tweet from Tori M. Spears. Thank you so much. We also got a quote tweet from Jack Lotteray. That guy seems pretty cool.
I've heard some things about him.
Paul, Mick Golden, Aaron B., Tony Gonzalez, Kupp to Pats, and then, of course, Moose, who apparently I didn't follow on Twitter. I just gave you a follow.
Dude!
Or no, wait, that's from the Chat Sports Twitter.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
The Chat Sports Twitter just gave you a follow. Am I following you, though?
You might not be.
I'm not.
It's a very new Twitter, by the way.
You're getting more tweets.
We are getting more tweets. Robert, thank you. Tori, thank you. Aaron, thank you. Mick Golden, love that name, by the way. I know exactly where you're from, Minnesota. You've got to be. That's like the beer of choice in Minnesota. Jay, thanks, brother. Appreciate it. We are getting all lazy creation. Appreciate it. I got one more. That's 9. One more. And Jacob, appreciate it, my friend. Thank you so much. I'm giving you a follow back as well. That is awesome. You guys absolutely killed it. Let's take a look at how many followers I have now. Oh, look at that. 47. We are climbing the ranks of Twitter. We should get to 50. Appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. Cheers to you.
Shout out to Kupp to Pats as well. Just gave me a follow as well. Hey, Kupp to Pats, if you're a Red Sox fan, you came to the right place. I'm giving you all the Red Sox content.
Yeah, you are. By the way, we did just launch, that's the newest channel here at Chat Sports, was our Red Sox Rundown page hosted by our very own Mr. Jack Lotteray. And I got to tell you,
That's me.
That's me. The limited baseball content that we have, Jack is on it like wildfire. Dude covers everything like a security blanket.
I mean, I love the Sox.
You love baseball.
Look, this totally isn't me. Someone randomly is putting the Red Sox link in the chat. I didn't do that. I don't know who did that.
It's crazy.
Someone did that. I don't know. It wasn't me. Someone did it again. I don't know. It wasn't me. But if you go subscribe, I wouldn't say no.
And speaking of subscribe, make sure you hit that big sub button. We've got 900 people watching right now, and I can guarantee not every single one of you is subscribed. So if you haven't already, hit that big sub button. It is completely free, and we're going to get back to some football talk here in just a second. Who is going to add Cooper Kupp?
See, the Cooper Kupp situation is interesting.
Yeah.
Because Rodgers, it's pretty clear. I think it's either going to be the Giants or the Steelers. But as Jordan Schultz said, there's like 5+ teams in on Kupp.
There are a plenty of teams. Now, one of the teams that was previously mentioned at the very top of that list, excuse me, I got the burps going on. Chua Lore's in the chat. I love Chua. What's going on, brother? He joins us all the time for our Red Zone streams. The Seahawks are one of the teams that could be in buying for his services. Just got rid of DK Metcalf, traded to the Steelers, dumped Lockett. So the only receiver of note in that locker room is Jackson Smith and Jigba. So Cooper Kupp and Jackson Smith and Jigba if Smith and Jigba's the 1 and Cooper Kupp's the 2, Sam Darnold just got a double dose of good news. So that's a name to keep an eye on as well. The Seahawks could be very much in play. Hey, Jack, he says, F the Red Sox, go Pirates. Paul Skeens is a phenomenal player. I can't wait to watch him more.
Paul Skeens is one of my favorite non-Red Sox. I love his stuff.
He and Livy Dunn. Jets need a number 2. Yeah, look, I think the furthest thing from the Jets' problems is receiver. You guys got to stabilize head coach. Now, Aaron Glenn, I think, is a really good hire. Very, very good hire. Now, I'm not saying that you guys are going to be good right off the bat, but 6 or 7 wins next year is not out of the realm of possibilities, especially if he starts making the signings that you'd like to see. And they've already done some moves. Josh Myers, rotational center, he played with Justin Fields, who is your newest quarterback, at Ohio State. So bringing him in, a guy who knows Justin Fields, is comfortable with Justin Fields, great move. They also dumped yesterday C.J. Mosley, are eating $16.5 million of dead cap space. But I think what Aaron Glenn is doing is setting a precedent, and that is we're doing things differently here. We have to. All right, let's get some super chats. Get to some super chats. Do you think the Cowboys, with the use 3 extra 5th-rounder picks to go to a 3rd or 2nd-rounders, and if they do, how do you think they draft at running back? So I'm trying to see here real quick. I'm having a tough time reading this on screen. So let's.
He's asking
extra 5th-round picks.
They have extra 5ths. Do they use their extra 5ths to move up to get a 3rd or a 2nd? And if they do that, who do they draft at running back? Cam Scatterbo.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that be a fun pick? Jerry Jones loves the big names, which is kind of crazy because in free agency they signed Javonte Williams, who statistically speaking was the 2nd worst starting running back in the NFL last year. He was awful. Rico Dowdle is, he's gone. So honestly, Genty's not going to be there at 12. If he is, you're drafting Genty. 100%. He's got Cowboys written all over him if he falls to 12. But if not, Omarion Hampton is a great late 1st-round pick. So if you wanted to trade back, if Genty's gone and you could trade back, get some more draft capital, and then draft Omarion Hampton, not a bad play. There's a ton of running backs in this one. Caleb Johnson from Iowa was amazing. Trying to think, R.J. Harvey from UCF, Cam Scatterbo. All these guys are going to be really, really solid NFL players. This is the deepest running back draft class that I can remember basically my entire life, and I've been watching the NFL draft for 10 years now. So I don't think you're going to get Hall of Famers, Genty obviously being the exception, but you're going to get solid running back pieces, like franchise running backs going forward. So let's stick with Genty as your hope for number 1. But in the other case, I think if you're going to go round 2 or round 3, a guy like Caleb Johnson or R.J. Harvey. Our next one from the Sky Warrior. No matter what happens this offseason, the Bengals have a great chance to win the Super Bowl 60 if they fix their defense. Joe Burrow had one of the greatest statistical seasons I've ever seen from a quarterback. He put up like Madden numbers last year, and you guys missed out on the playoffs. It's because you couldn't cover, water in the ocean. Like, it's terrible. But with that being said, Jamar Chase going to get locked up. Joe Burrow's locked up. T. Higgins got franchise tagged. You guys have one of the greatest quarterback-receiver duo combos, I think, maybe in NFL history. And I don't think it's particularly close. So thank you for your super chat. I don't think you have a shot to win, but hey, it's fun to dream, right? Remember, this is our super chat menu, $2 beers, cheers. And speaking of which, we've got a couple more, so I have to make sure that I give you guys some cheers. Cheers to you. Did we really?
Kenny Pickett, I guess, had his introductory press conference today, said the Browns told him he'd have a chance to compete for the starting job.
Look, the only reason that Deshaun Watson is still on that roster is because they literally cannot cut him. They can't. Like, the amount of dead money that they would have to eat because of all the guarantees that they gave him is through the wazoo. They do not like Deshaun Watson, neither as a quarterback or as a player. I think Deshaun Watson's done. Like, after his time in Cleveland, when they officially get to release him, he won't play for another team. Now, we don't need to go into detail about what his off-the-field issues were. We know what they are. But as a quarterback on the field, he was awful last year. Just terrible. So it is possible. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest that Kenny Pickett will have the opportunity to start. But if your starting quarterback is Kenny Pickett, good luck to you. Seriously. Good luck to you. 2 more signings. Michael Dieter signing with the Washington Commanders, and also from the Commanders as well, a Mr. Noah Brown signing a 1-year deal up to $4.5 million. Where did Noah Brown play last year? Do you know off the top of your head? Oh, they both were okay, so yeah. Wasn't Noah Brown the one that caught the Hail Mary off of Jaden Daniels against the Bears last year? I have a feeling that was the case. Something about that name sticks in my head and also sticks in my craw because that was the beginning of the end for the Bears in 2024. All right. Let's shout out your team one more time. Let's start talking about these teams.
So we're gonna play a game. Okay?
I like the game.
So for the next 30 seconds, I want everyone to spam their favorite team as many times as possible, okay?
Yep.
And then what I'm going to have you do, Moose, is look away from the screen. Don't look at the screen.
Okay.
And I'll count down from 5, and when I say 1, the first team you see in the chat, we'll talk about. We'll talk about their additions, we'll talk about their losses, and we'll talk about the team.
I love this. Let's do it.
Get the chat going. Spam the chat. I want to see a bunch of teams. They're coming in quick, too. Let's get that chat up. Keep it going. Let's get that chat rate flowing.
And I promise you I'm not cheating.
Our chat rate record for the day is 18. We're about to smash that.
Oh.
We're about to destroy that number.
18 is booty cheeks.
Don't worry. We're about to about to absolutely crush that number.
I love it.
All right, Moose, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Washington.
Wow, how perfect.
Yeah, Washington. All right, so what did the Commanders do? There have been a lot of smaller signings for the Commanders, I feel like. There haven't been any huge moves. And then again, this free agency class has not... Okay, with the exception of Debo. Everybody else, like, Zach Ertz, the re-signing of him, okay, fine. We'll talk about Debo here for a second because this is a huge move. This was before free agency, though, so that's why it wasn't coming to my mind. This happened on that weekend before free agency. I was playing Xbox when Debo got signed. Fun fact, I remember it. Traded from the 49ers. Now, a lot of people believe that Debo's best is behind him. I'm in the camp of this was a perfect signing for the Washington Commanders. Because outside of Terry McLaurin, who's catching passes? Zacchaeus, but he's not nearly as good as Debo. So they had a 1. They didn't necessarily have a 2. Terry McLaurin's like a lower end one as well. So you had Terry McLaurin and then everybody else. And Jaden Daniels I think we can all agree, not only the unanimous rookie MVP, the dude looks like a Hall of Famer. He was unbelievable. And that's a crazy statement considering he's only played one season in the NFL. But when you beat the best team in the NFL to go to the NFC Championship, your rookie season, you are something special. And I hate to also saying that because Caleb Williams is my hero. So
I think what the Commanders did really well this offseason is they fortified the positions of need for Jaden. You bring in Deebo Samuel. They also traded for Laramie Tunsil on the offensive line.
Yeah, they did.
That's a big-time move. So I think that they've seen, and they also brought back Marcus Mariota as the backup, who I think helped Jaden a lot.
They had very similar styles of play when Mariota came into the league to Tennessee.
Yeah, so I think Washington has done a really, really, really good job at examining the positions of need and fortifying the spots to make Jaden as successful as possible next year because they know they have a once in, not once in a generation, but once in a few QB class quarterback. They hit on quarterback, so now they need to build around him, and I think they did a really good job.
You're right. You're absolutely correct. Adding the extra element of Deebo Samuel was priority number one, in my opinion, for the Commanders because they knew that they had to give Jaden Daniels more help. Not that he needed a ton of it because what he's able to do with his legs is insane. So watching Deebo go from a team where he craved, I mean, this was the biggest problem with his gripe with the 49ers. He wasn't getting the ball nearly enough because they like to use him in that hybrid role. I think you're going to see him shift back from that. He's not going to carry the ball nearly as much. He's going to play a lot more of a stereotypical wide receiver type of player. So, great signing. Laramie Tunsil is also great, although a great left tackle. But correct me if I'm wrong, they didn't have an awful offensive line last year.
No, but you're bringing in a incredibly solid, really, really good left tackle. Like Tunsil's really
correct.
good. So
and that's the most important position in protecting a right-handed throwing quarterback is left tackle, especially on the offensive side. You remember, first thing is you got to get the quarterback. Second thing you got to do is protect the quarterback and then build around the quarterback. They just kind of flip-flopped the building around and getting the weapons. So, yeah, hey, listen, the Washington Commanders are, in my opinion, right up there with the Eagles in contenders to win the NFC East. The Cowboys are going to suck next year.
Sorry, real quick.
No, you're good.
I hate to interrupt. Paul Congray?
Congray?
I shouted you out. So he replied to our tweet saying that I liked and retweeted your tweet. I sent you a follow. Didn't get a follow back. So if he followed you, can you follow him back?
Yeah, I'm going to go follow him back.
And you gave shouts to every other person. Paul, I gave you a shout out. I saw your name.
We love you, Paul.
Paul, we love you. We love you, Paul.
We love you, Paul.
But I know for a fact I gave you a shout out. I know for a fact I gave you a shout out.
Let's go take a look here.
I'm sorry, Paul. Don't leave. We love you.
I am not seeing Paul here on my...
He might have gotten mad and he might have unfollowed.
Unfollowed? That's probably... Oh, there he is. Hey! There we go. Followed you back, Paul. Just found him. He did unfollow me and then follow me back. That's fine. No worries. Hey, listen, I said the first 10. I did follow back the first 10. So after that, I kind of put the phone away. But we appreciate you watching, Paul, and thanks for the follow, my friend. I came back. He said, love it. Love it. I love it. Let's do it. We're having fun here. Cheers to you guys. 12:30. Having drinks on the job.
All right, we're going to play this game one more time. Let's get that chat going. One more time. We're going to play. And we'll play it again later, but...
Chopping up.
Let's go.
Talking about...
Let's go.
Keep spamming that chat.
Spam that chat. I want to see all the names. I want to see all of the names.
How's it looking? Are we getting a ton of people?
Well, I do want to tell you, so the first time we did it, the chat rate got up to 395.
Woo!
And our record before that was 18. So
we smashed
that was pretty good. Okay. All right, Moose. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Bengals. The Bengals. A lot on the defensive side. I know that. Well, they did. The first thing that they did was that they tagged T. Higgins. Yeah, which, okay, I said this the other day, by the way, and I got a lot of pushback for it because when I said that I felt bad for T. Higgins, I did not mean that I feel bad for a guy who's going to make $26 million a year. Context is everything. I feel bad for the guy because he's clearly trying to get the best deal for himself possible, and the Bengals are saying, we don't want you testing the market, but we're not ready to give you the contract that you want. You're kind of stuck in that purgatory zone. So that's why I feel bad for him. I don't feel bad for a guy who's going to be making $26 million a year. I would love to be franchise tagged by the Bengals. Haven't played a down of football in my life, but let's take a look at some other ones. B.J. Hill, defensive tackle, signs with them, 3-year, $33 million. Samaj P. Ryan, that's a sneaky good signing right there. Oren Burks, T.J. Slayton. So a lot of, if you're noticing, a lot of same things that I am. All of these defensive signings, and they should. And, believe it or not, their new defensive coordinator is Al Golden from Notre Dame, who is my favorite college. And I got to tell you, you are getting one hell of a defensive coordinator. Like, that guy can coach. I believe he was with the Bengals before, actually. Whoever put the Bengals in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong. I think he was already a defensive coordinator for the Bengals previously. But since he's been with Notre Dame, he's really turned his career around. They had the best defense in all of college football last year on their way to the Natty. Remember to subscribe as well. Our goal today is 401,500 subscribers. We are just 160 away. So if you hit that big sub button, it's completely free. That would help us reach our goal. This is my very first free agency live streaming, by the way. Fun fact, brand new at Chat Sports. Well, brand new. I've been here for about 5 months. But this is my first time ever on a live stream of this magnitude where we're getting in talking all about the free agency signings. So it would really help me out and show to my bosses that I'm capable at doing my job. So hit that big sub button, if not for the channel, for me.
Everyone, give Moose the love. This is my 4th free agency. So I've been around the block. But Moose, this is first time. I think he's doing a great job.
Aww,
so
I appreciate
if you're enjoying the content, make sure you hit that sub button because we're going to have news and rumors, not just live. We're going to have VODs, we're going to have videos, and not just on football, basketball, baseball. We're going to have some college basketball coming out for March Madness. We got all this stuff here. It's called Chat Sports for a reason. So
100%.
subscribe.
It's not Chat Football. It's Chat Sports. But we do love football here. We love all sports. That's why we work for this company. We just love. You should hear some of the conversations that go on in the office. Jack can attest to this. Some of these get absolutely heated, and I love that about this job. Speaking of what I love Super Chats, so let's get to some more, shall we? Bears trade up for Genty. They are loaded with picks. I don't think you need to trade up to get him at 10. I think he'll be there. If you look at the teams, now the Raiders could be in buying for Genty, so maybe you're right. But all the other teams don't necessarily need running backs, or if they do need a running back, it's not their highest priority. Teams like the Titans, teams like the Cleveland Browns, the New York Giants, none of them need running backs at the top of their priority list. So I think he'll actually be there at 10. But in the event that some sort of dark black magic happens and teams are calling the Bears and saying, hey, we're going to take Genty, do you want him? Trade up? I think that would be an amazing move because then the Bears on paper are one of the most loaded teams in the NFL, and you can't convince me otherwise. You just can't. Ben Johnson, by the way, can we just talk about him for a second? Like, dude's an absolute animal. I cannot wait to see what he does with that team this year. And they have needed it so long. They have been without good coaching and good quarterback play for literally their entirety of their tenure as a franchise. So I can't wait to see what Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson cook up this year. We did get another one from our buddy Caden. Oh, yeah, MA football guy. Give Drake May the right tools, and he gives it JD a run for his money. I think, and look, I've told this to Mr. Lotteray before, I think. I was really low on Drake May when he got drafted. I was like, this dude is so raw. He's going to take him light years before he gets developed as a quarterback, if he gets developed at all. And last year, I was proven so wrong. He is a very, very talented player. And the ability to take off and run, where did that come from? Like, I know he showed some athleticism at North Carolina, but good God, did he make plays happen with his legs. He's got a massive cannon for an arm. I think he could be the next Justin Herbert.
Look. I'm not
looking.
I'm not gonna say what I actually want to say, but all I'm gonna say, MA football guy, I agree.
That's all he's gonna say. But absolutely, Drake May, give him the right tools, get him some weapons, and watch him explode. Caden, I like the Bears free agency, but BJ is still the biggest ad. Yes, 100%. Listen, you can have we saw this last year. On paper, everybody was talking about how good the Bears were last year. Matt Eberflus was their head coach, and I don't think I need to rehash all of the mistakes that he made. There were so many I lost count of all the crazy mistakes that Matt Eberflus made. So, yes, Johnson is still the absolute best signing the Bears made. Not a free agent, but as a coach. But yes, all of the Bears free, Joe Tooney, Drew Dahlman, Grady Jarrett, all of them make perfect sense. And speaking of free agents, name one that you want your team to sign. I'm going to start reading some out right now for everybody watching in the chat, so start spamming it down below. I'm going to start reading out some free agents that you want your team to sign. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, you're good. Yeah. Appreciate you slamming for that super chat that we got. We're going to get it here in just a little bit. Make sure to write what team that you are a fan of as well, because if you just say Cooper Kupp, I don't know who you're talking about. Jenkins for Cincy. Tevin Jenkins, is that who I'm assuming that you're talking about? Tevin Jenkins, good guard, lot of injury concerns. He played in 14 games last year, but only played in 64% of the total snaps. Justin Simmons for the Rams. You guys have a good defense already. So adding Justin Simmons would be like icing on the cake. Yeah, I could see that happening. I mean, one of the sneakiest defenses in all of the NFL was the Rams last year. They're a top 5 defense. You can't convince me otherwise. Whoa, we're getting a lot. Tim Patrick back to the Lions. It's probably not going to happen. I would like to see it happen because I thought he had some moments last year where you were like, God, Tim Patrick, haven't heard that name since he was in Denver. Tevin Jenkins for the Giants. Tevin Jenkins seems to be a hot commodity right now with all the offensive linemen being snagged up. Panthers, Diggs, not going to happen. But I like your enthusiasm. It would be fun to see. Bryce, dude, can we stop the Bryce Young hate for a second? Like, he's not nearly as bad as everybody thinks. Now, he's not good, but when it comes to being, I think the worst part was the expectations of a number 1 overall pick. If he would have went in the second round, people would be saying, hey, who's this Bryce Young kid? Mike Hilton or Samuel Jr.? Asante Samuel Jr. Yeah, I think he'd be the best fit with the Saints. Saints need all sorts of help with their back end. Injuries were a big issue last year as well for the Saints, but let's be frank. Their defense, the ability to stop a bloody nose, was their biggest problem. So Saints' best situation would be getting Asante Samuel. Cooper Kupp to the Browns, again, not going to happen. They don't have a quarterback. There's no way. Like, he's not that desperate. At least I don't think. Keenan Allen to the Jets. Ooh. I have not considered that one. Now, he did say that he only wanted to go back to either the Bears or the Chargers, so I don't think the Jets are on his radar. But we've seen teams overpay players all the time. And last year, he had 75 receptions, over 700 yards, and seven touchdowns. That would be interesting. Keenan Allen to the Jets, Jack. What do you think? No, it's not. It didn't happen. But we're talking about the free agents that you want to sign.
I mean, Keenan Allen's fine. He kind of regressed a little bit last year. Is this like, they're not the same type of player, but it's kind of the same situation. Is this like a Devontae Adams type situation where he's fine? And, Devontae actually played pretty good. People aren't really talking about that, but is this kind of like a situation like that where it doesn't really put them over?
Yeah, listen, the Bears used him wrong last year. Shane Waldron, when he was the offensive coordinator for like the first, 8 games that they had him, they were sending him on vertical routes. The dude runs like a 5'2", and you're sending him on go routes. It was the dumbest game planning I've ever seen from an offensive coordinator. Keenan Allen has transitioned to a flex slot receiver. That's how you use him. Intermediate crossing routes, out routes, because he's got great feet, like in terms of beating defenders off the line of scrimmage. So sending him to the Jets, I don't necessarily know, because Justin Fields is a one-read kind of quarterback. If Garrett Wilson's not going to be there, he's just going to take off with his legs. That's kind of his bread and butter. But I have not thought about the possibility of Keenan Allen to the Jets. I like that a lot. Let's get some likes. Seriously. We've got 950 people watching and only 266 likes. I want to see that hit 300 right now. I'm going to drink until it hits 300. Man, this is cold. Well, we just shot up to 290. Bang. Whew.
We have not had many moves so far today, which I think was expected.
Yeah,
I don't think that this is something that was really surprising. But if you want your team to make a move, I mean, scientists have told me that more likes equals more moves, and I kind of want to see.
I can't argue with that logic. And who's going to doubt science, right? All right, we got some more Super Chats in here. We got a couple more Super Chats we'll answer here in just a second. Keep going, though. Talking about your Kupp to the Chargers. Keep an eye on it. I'm telling you, I've got some interesting nuggets that I want to share later on in the show, so stay tuned. Hendrickson to the Buccaneers. Trey Hendrickson to the Buccaneers. We have not talked about him because he's not a free agent. But that trade, he led the league in sacks last year, 17 and a half. 19 and a half tackles for loss. We are looking at a top 3 pass rusher in the NFL. And he wants a Myles Garrett sort of contract. He's going to get $35 million plus. He might get 40. That's what Garrett got. I think he's a step below Garrett. But $37 million a year is that crazy to think? 3-year, quick math, 37 times 3. 111 million? It would be nuts to me. It would be nuts to me. But any team would want Trey Hendrickson. He's going to have a market for literally any team outside of the Cleveland Browns. Any market outside of the Cleveland Browns, he'll be fine. Let's keep looking here. We got a lot of people that are spamming Trey Hendrickson's name right now. To the Lions, Devontae Smith trade. Gator Hulk for who? Where would you trade him to and what would you get in return? You know who has not made a lot of moves? And I love it. Deshaun Hand? Who is Deshaun Hand? First time I'm ever hearing of this guy's name. I'm assuming he's a rotational, but what's his contract? There you go. That's why. That's why nobody's heard of him. That's like a backup quarterback style contract. It's just, that's nothing. That is nobody. No offense. No offense if you're a Dolphins fan or a Chargers fan in this case. Keep liking that video. Make sure that you help us get to our goal today of 50%. So 950 divided by 2. Again, it's a little over 450. We're doing pretty good. 343 is pretty good. I like where we're at right now. Panthers Kupp. No, it's not going to happen. I answered that earlier, I thought. He won't. There's no way he's desperate enough to go to the Carolina Panthers. Unless they gave him the bag. There's no way. And I don't think they're going to give injury-riddled Cooper Kupp the bag. I just don't see it happening. All right, let's get to our next Super Chat, shall we? Daniels had one weapon, no line, and no excuse. Whoa, there we go. Now it's Caden. No, we're good. And no excuses. Jaden Daniels? Is that who you're talking about? I'm assuming that's who he's talking about. Terry McLaurin. His offensive line wasn't nearly as bad as everybody thought. Like, it wasn't great. It was very, I think it was top 20, 19 maybe. But no excuses. I think you mean no expectations, and he slaughtered those, right? It just so happens he went up against one of the greatest rosters ever conceived in the Philadelphia Eagles and got mollywopped in the NFC Championship game. All right, here we go. We got another one here from Caden. Moose, you know the Bears well, it seems. You a fan? Am I a fan? Does this answer your question? Bears! Yes, I'm from Chicago originally. Grew up a Bears fan. I bleed blue and orange. But truth be told, since I've started working here at Chat Sports, I've become a fan of a lot of other organizations. Just watching the intensity that some of our hosts give, like, I am really starting to like the Giants. I don't know why. There's something about what Marshall Green does and the way that he delivers his message that I'm like, I want to run through a brick wall for that guy. Now, it just so happens they had the worst quarterback room in all of football history, but that's why I want Aaron Rodgers to sign with the Giants like yesterday. Somebody said, yes, get Marsh on here. I love Marsh. Which running back from Tito did the Raiders just sign? That was Raheem Mostert. Mostert, the hostert with the Mostert. 1 year, $2.1 million. RB2 for you guys. I don't know if they released Alexander Madison. I think he's still on the team. And their running back, the Raiders last year were just a joke. And they started winning when everyone was on board with them losing. The first half of the season, they were like, God, we suck. And then they're like, hey, we suck. We could get the first overall pick. And then the Raiders started winning. That's Raider Nation for you, baby. And speaking of Raider Nation, they have some really cool jerseys and some really cool colors. But the guys over at Fanatics make it easy for you to shop for your favorite jerseys, like my guy, my sweet prince, Caleb Williams. Make sure that you go over to the link in the description of today's video and the comments of this video that Mr. Lotteray is spamming right now in the chat, and shop Fanatics with us. It helps kind of both of us out right now. So Fanatics gets the sale. We get a little kickback. It's a nice little handshake deal that we've got with the people at Fanatics. But truth be told, they've got great stuff. It's not just jerseys. It's hats. It's gloves. It's drinking apparatuses. All of the best NFL gear surrounding your favorite team is over at Fanatics. So, like I said, use this link right here in the description and the comments of today's video and start shopping with Fanatics today. You know, this is my first time ever seeing a $1 super chat. Swear to God, never seen it before. I was like, what is the blue that is showing up right now in my feed? And it's the $1 super chat. What is that? Who's the best free agent left? Let's start spamming that as well while we load up more super chats. I'm going to say... No, you're good. I was reading somebody's comment. I was wrong. Deshaun Hand to the Chargers. Again, rotational players. That's what you're going to see a lot of today, unless we get huge news from Russell Wilson. And by the way, I'm going to give you his name here in just a second. You're not going to see a bunch of huge names. Like, it's just, like, there are some guys, there are some bigger NFL, Stefon Diggs, Amari Cooper, Russell Wilson, Aaron Rodgers, just to name a few. Elijah Moore is still out there as well. He was a pretty decent wide receiver for the Browns last year.
Did get a quarterback.
Whoa.
Signing.
Okay, hold on. Quarterback signing.
The Tennessee Titans
are signing
Brandon Allen.
49ers back up. I thought you were going to give me some good news.
Brandon Allen to the Tennessee Titans. Let's go.
Well, hey,
where are my Tennessee fans at?
Listen, Tennessee Titans fan who sent us a super chat earlier was just asking about some veteran free agency signings.
Brandon Allen, you are a Tennessee Titan.
God, that's terrible. Not for Brandon Allen, but for Titans fans. They are just living in this horrendous state right now. I feel horrible for them. No, of course not. Of course not. But that's what tells me that they're going to go after Cam Ward. Booyah. Details still coming. He played against the Packers last year when Brock Purdy went out with a little injury. I forget what it was. Maybe it was a shoulder or a hand injury. And he was awful. He was just... Now, granted, he was playing at Lambeau Field in December in 22-degree weather. So, you know, take that for what it's worth as well. Lambeau, by the way, one of the coolest stadiums I've ever been to, as much as I can't stand the team up north. Blech. I'm not a fan. Not a fan. So who's the best free agent left? Keep spamming that in the chat right now. Someone says Zadarius Smith to the Chiefs. I wonder if they're saying, like, that's their hope? No, I was going to say that can't be a signing. We would have known. Tevin Jenkins to Seattle. Tevin Jenkins to anybody would be a nice little addition, although he does have those injury concerns like I was talking about. Denzel Ward to the Rams. Denzel Ward a couple of years ago was out of this world. He was so good. So good. I'd take Jameis Winston. Great locker room guy. You know, he could either throw 4 touchdowns and no picks or 1 touchdown and 4 picks. That's kind of what you're getting from Jameis Winston. That's just, that's funny. That's funny. Do you want to bring up the super chat menu here, Mr. Lotteray here? Yeah, perfect. Oh, from Joey. Who? Hey, Joey, next time throw something in there, brother. Could be anything. Is he really? Ah. So you are a big fan of Mr. Marshall Green, is what I'm being told. I love Marshall, too. Just said that a couple of minutes ago. Our super chat menu looks like this. $2 beers, cheers, and I've been kind of sipping for every single one that we've got. $5, and we will talk about your team, all their free agency moves. We'll talk about what their expectations for 2025 are. A $10 super chat is going to get you a wheel spin, which, by the way, has a bunch of stuff loaded up on it. A $50 beer bong if you're feeling like you want us to get rowdy. And speaking of rowdy, the beer boot. I don't even know if I want to bring that out. That thing's huge, and I would have to chug it. But let's go over all of the other free agency signings that have happened as well. Harrison Smith, Mr. Minnesota, re-signs with the Vikings. Tylan Wallace signs with the Ravens. Cameron Jordan is going back to the Saints. Kyle Trask, he re-signs behind Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. Mike Williams re-upped with the Los Angeles Chargers before, was he traded last year to the Jets? And then to the Steelers? I think that's what it was. Or he signed with the Jets and then got traded to the Steelers. Either way, he's back in Los Angeles. Mac Jones from Jacksonville now to the San Francisco 49ers, something tells me that he believes he could be the second coming of Sam Darnold in his own mind. Then of guys like Adam Thielen, who re-upped with the Carolina Panthers. Greg Van Roten, guard, is now with the Giants. Kendall Vildor is now with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And then guys like David Andrews for Jack's New England Patriots got released this morning. The Saints signed Jack Stoll. Jamin Davis signed up with the Jets once again. KJ Britt with the Dolphins. Josh Uche went to the Philadelphia Eagles, and I think that's a really sneaky good signing. Mason Rudolph comes back to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And then we got guys like Scotty Miller, who signed with the Steelers as well. KJ Osborne back to the Washington Commanders. Will Clapp. Raheem Mostert, one of our more recent ones that just happened. Michael Dieter and Noah Brown back to the Washington Commanders. Josh Ross signs with the Seahawks. And Brandon Allen, our most recent free agent signing. 1-year deal to be determined with the Titans. How'd I do? Did I cover pretty much all of it? Whew! All right, good. I wish we had some bigger names right now. A lot of those guys are just like depth pieces, you know? Not going to see the field much, can come in and play in a pinch, but that's what it's going to be. So who's going to sign Aaron Rodgers? Speaking of big names, let's get back to some big name talk, right? Who is going to sign Mr. Aaron Rodgers, released by the Jets, down to a couple of teams, 3 if you want to count the Vikings, but the 2 other ones being the Giants and the Steelers? I want to know where you think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign. Everybody's saying the Steelers right now. Vincent is a Steelers fan too. Vincent, do you want them to sign Rodgers? Or is that just like, I think it's going to happen? Because those are 2 different things. Giants, starting to get some more Giants people in here. Very nice. Keenan says Giants. Gaming Wizard says Steelers. Ryan says Steelers. Marcus says Giants. David says Steelers. Daniel says probably Giants. Still think the Giants. More control with the Giants. Our franchise quarterback would be nice. Is he a franchise guy, though? Maybe. Maybe. You would sign him to a 2-year deal. He won't sign a 1-year deal. But if you sign him to a 2-year deal, is it kind of like a 1+1? Like the option to release him after 1 year, right? If you owe him a little bit of guaranteed money going into that 2nd year. It's possible. It's possible. Rodgers is going home. To San Francisco or to Green Bay? Because he grew up a 49ers fan. He grew up in California. Green Bay. No way. Jordan Love's contract is nuts, dude. There's no way. They don't want him back either, and I can tell you this. He would not be on the welcome wagon in Green Bay as someone who has lived in Wisconsin for the last couple of years. So trust me when I say that. He's not going to Green Bay. Thank you, Dottie. I appreciate that. No way, Green Bay. Makes so much sense it rhymes. Giants backup. So Drew Lock's going to start, although he's a free agent. Who do the Giants have at quarterback right now? Is it Tommy DeVito? Oh, my God. He's a free agent. They haven't re-signed him. They haven't resigned him. All right, we did get a super chat here from our buddy Max. Talk to me about Seahawks rumors. Cooper Kupp's probably at the top of that list. So same with Stefon Diggs, although I think Seattle's kind of tired with the diva wide receivers. DK Metcalf last year turned into a diva. Kind of a head case. On the field issues, wasn't getting along with teammates. On the field penalties, had a bad attitude, showing up to meetings late. So I think they were kind of happy to get rid of DK. Stefon Diggs is a noisy player. So I don't necessarily think they're in the market for a guy like Stefon Diggs, but Cooper Kupp for sure. Now, you did sign Sam Darnold to that 3-year, what was it, $110 million contract? So you've got your franchise quarterback once again, and I think he's an upgrade to Geno Smith. Maybe not crazy. If Geno Smith is a B-, Sam Darnold's a B. But from what he showed last year, I'm really happy with the Sam Darnold signing. Jaron Reed signed. Ernest Jones re-signed. You got Marquez Valdez-Scantling, who is a major deep threat. So you've got MVS, Marquez Valdez-Scantling, JSN and MVS. 2-3 named players, by the way, which is pretty cool. Josh Ross, DeMarcus Lawrence signed with the Seahawks, which is pretty cool. 3-year, $42 million deal. Still at this age, too. DeMarcus Lawrence is way up there in age. A 3-year, $42 million deal is kind of crazy, but it is only $18 million guaranteed, so it's basically like a prove-it deal to me. Kind of like, hey, we want to see how you do year one, and then we'll talk about the rest of the contract later on. So the Seahawks, to me, went 10-7 last year. There's no reason they can't win that division, right? I mean, I know the Rams are still pretty good, but they showed us last year that if Puka Nacua and Cooper Kupp go down, they're basically irrelevant. So one injury away from being irrelevant. The Seahawks have a pretty good shot to win the division next year for sure. Who is the best free agent signing so far? Put it in the chat below. Sorry, I'm trying to get this. I'm struggling for air right now. I think it's because of the Happy Dads. I'm good. Photosynthesis. Let's see. We're going to let the chat load up here a little bit. Javon Holland. DJ Reed to the Lions. Great pickup there for the Lions. They needed help at corner bad. Azeez Ojulari, Mekhi Becton, and Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb didn't sign with anybody, did he? Okay, best free agent available. I was going to say, all those guys don't have teams yet. Mason Rudolph, number 1 free agency pickup. 100%. Not even close. Rico to Carolina. Rico Dowdle to Carolina. Underrated. Yes, very underrated. Chuba Hubbard still the number 1 there. But I was saying this in a video a couple of days ago. If Rico Dowdle goes to a team where he is the number 2, he's one of the best number 2s in the league. Had over 1,000 yards rushing this year. I don't think he's got the size and the athleticism to be a solid number 1, but easily a top 3 and probably the number 1 running back 2 in the league. So to sit behind Chuba Hubbard, I love that signing by the Carolina Panthers. I think that's a great pickup. Adams to the Rams, another really good one. Kupp to the Bears. Hasn't happened, but I wouldn't hate it. I wouldn't know how I would feel about it. Cowboys kicking off free agency with the re-signing of the long snapper. Super Bowl bound. 100%, dude. Every year is their year. Every year is their year. Hopkins to the Ravens. Another sneaky good signing there for the Ravens, although playing receiver for the Baltimore Ravens is kind of tough because Lamar runs so much. A couple of years ago, it kind of looked like he was transitioning out of that. But then last year, he dropped a little bit of weight and, again, was taken off like crazy. So, good pick, but B. Solid B. Sneaky good. Give us DJ Moore back. No, we will not. Sorry. Sorry, Cade. We will not give back DJ Moore because he's been fantastic for the Bears. Although there have been a couple moments where, like the walking off the field last year against the Commanders, I was not a fan of that move. I am a fan of you hitting that subscribe button, though. And all you have to do is hit the sub button to help us get to 401,500 followers. That's our goal for today. The bosses came to me and they said, it is your very first free agency live stream. We want you to make sure that you hit this particular goal, and that was the goal that they gave me. So, if you want to help me out on my very first live stream for free agency, hit that sub button. Help us get to 401,500. We are 121 subs away. We've got almost 1,100 people watching right now, and that's what I love to see. Forgot what hand I had to use there for a second, but it's all good. There's another one that I want to talk about here in just a second. Evan Ingram. That might be the best, underrated signing of all free agency. The Broncos going out and getting Evan Ingram because their two biggest areas of need are running back and tight end. And the rumors have been that they're going to go after Tyler Warren. But with how well he did at the Combine and his draft interviews and his, not only his measurements, but his intangibles as well, he's shooting up draft boards. I don't think he's going to be available at 20. I think he's going to go somewhere around 9 through 14. So that would mean Colson Loveland from Michigan. Shout out to the boys at, don't say that again. That's terrible. He knows I'm a Notre Dame fan. That's why he's doing it. But, good point. Good point. At least I'm not an Ohio State fan. Don't like those guys either. But Colson Loveland would be the option that the Broncos would have to go with, and there's no way Ashton Genty falls to 20. So the Broncos are kind of in this predicament where they're like, who are we going to take at 20 if our biggest needs are already off the board? So I think that's why they went out and signed Evan Ingram, because they said, look, as long as we can get somebody who can give us 60 receptions, 600 yards, and a couple of touchdowns, we're going to be fine, because Bo Nix had a very, very good rookie season. Very good rookie season.
Can we get to 401,400? We're 12 away. We're 12 away.
I'll drink till we hit it.
Well, I wouldn't advise that.
We're at 11.
We're 11 away.
We're at 1,100 people.
11 away. Can we get there? 401,400 subscribers. Can we get there right now? Can we do it? I think we can do it. Moose is not going to stop drinking until we get there, and I don't advise that, but 10 away. 10 away.
All right, there's the first
10
one.
away. 10 away. Please help this man. 9 away. Can we do it? Can we do it? 401,400. Spam Chug if you haven't already subbed, or if you've already subbed. If you haven't already subbed, hit that sub. Once we get there, we'll start talking more ball. You want more ball talk? Subscribe. 7 away.
I have not drank this early in a long time.
7 away. Can we do it? 7 subscribers. 6. 5. Come on. 4. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. 3. 2. Come on. 1. Bang! Let's go.
We did it!
And then keep the number going. Don't stop, obviously.
Oh.
Thank you all.
Give me a second.
Yeah, there they go. They keep going. They
that
keep
is,
going. So that means we're 95 away from our goal of the day. 94. We're 94 away from our goal of the day. Our goal for the day, 401,500.
Oh, my God.
We're 90 away from the goal.
We're good. I just had that one of those air bubbles stuck in my chest. Could not get it out. But we're fine now. Appreciate you guys. Look at the number still is climbing. We love it. And let's shout out your city right now, shall we? Let's go. We're going to get back into some ball talk here in just a second. But I want to know where you guys are watching from, because we are working from the good old state of Dallas, Texas. That's not a state. It's a city. But yes, you get my point. Correct. We've got David, who said, I just subscribed. Appreciate that, David. Thank you. We got Daniel, who's watching from L.A. Gotta love L.A. Louisiana from Flaming Finn. Illinois. What part of Illinois? I'm from Chicago. Fargo, North Dakota. Peep the NDSU shirt. San Antonio, North Carolina from Extreme. D says Pittsburgh. Caleb says Elizabeth City, North Carolina. El Paso, Texas from Paul. Philly, Pennsylvania from Christian. What's up, Christian? Keenan says Albany. Albany, Maine or Albany Georgia, sorry. Albany, Georgia or Albany, New York. Phoenix from Big Rock. Dallas, Texas from Manny. Ian says San Antonio. San Antonio. Albany, California. A bunch. Just like there's a Springfield in every state. Springfield, Illinois, Springfield, Missouri. Moorhead, Kentucky. I wonder if our resident Kentucky grad knows where that is. Mr. Brett Alper. Greensboro, North Carolina from Pop. Love it, guys. Keep shouting out your city. Keep shouting out your city. From my apple orchard in Florence, Vermont. Imagine watching from an apple orchard. I love apple picking, by the way. That's like one of my favorite fall activities to do. Shout out the season of fall, which we don't really get here in Dallas, Texas. Well, and you've been up to Boston a couple of times, so you definitely know what foliage looks like in the fall. It's gorgeous. San Francisco, Mexico City. Jacob says Midland, Texas. Fun fact, that's where they filmed Landman. It's exactly where they filmed Landman. One of my favorite shows that I'm currently watching on HBO. On Amazon Prime, sorry. God, I was wrong both times. God, that's terrible. Billy Bob Thornton, though, shout out. One of my favorite actors. Blair says, well, oh, yes, at certain points, you are correct. It was filmed at Fort Worth. The Emerald Isle in North Carolina. Fun fact, I believe that was Cade who said that. I actually, 5 years ago, applied for a job on the Emerald Isle for a radio station on the Emerald Isle in North Carolina. It was one of the smallest stations I ever applied for. Not to bore you with radio talk, but the wattage for the station itself was like lower than 25,000 volts, which is super tiny because 50,000 is usually the standard. So I remember applying for it, and they actually wrote me back and said that I was too qualified. Now, that's not me like bragging, but they literally told me that they were not going to be able to pay me what I was worth because I was too qualified. So I was like, I appreciate your honesty. That's exactly what I said. I was like, I kind of still need to get paid. So fun fact about the Emerald Isles. That's pretty cool that you're watching from there. John says Romania. There's our first little international viewer. I love that. What are the 49ers doing? It says TGF edits. They're getting rid of everybody. That's what they're doing. I do want to talk a little bit of Rodgers. Let's talk some Aaron Rodgers, shall we? All right. So the news of the day with Aaron Rodgers, at least from yesterday, that I kind of want to touch on because we could not believe this when it showed up on Twitter. Rodgers was on a beach yesterday, just hanging out. Toes in the sand, butt in his chair, just acting like there was nothing going on. And you know, this is exactly what he is like planning on doing. He's going to milk this rumor all free agency long. I don't think we're going to get an Aaron Rodgers answer until sometime late next week when finally it starts to die down and nobody cares. Once nobody shows that they care, he'll make them care. That's when he'll announce his signing. One of the most selfish human beings also, by the way. Like, he's very arrogant.
Don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
I do want to get you started.
I said this in the office earlier today because we were like, oh, we thought it was going to happen yesterday. We thought it was going to happen the day before. And I said, Aaron Rodgers is the most egotistical person I think I've ever seen in the history of mankind. He will drag this out for the next month until the NFL draft because what will be the headline every day starting out the show on First Take for the next however long?
Where will Aaron Rodgers sign?
Where will Aaron Rodgers sign? That will lead First Take and all of these morning sports radio shows every day until it signs. And he loves that.
Oh.
He loves the attention. He strives. He strives to get the most attention around his name. And it happens every offseason. He does it every offseason. So I think this Rodgers thing could go on for a few more weeks. I'm not even joking. Like, he's down to 2 teams. It's obvious. But he's going to take his time. He's going to hold both these teams hostage. Because what are they going to do? They got to wait for him. So,
and look, both of these teams, especially the Giants, are desperate for a quarterback, right? Like, the only one they have left in their room is Tommy DeVito. You cannot roll into 2025 with Tommy DeVito as your starting quarterback. Now, they do pick 3, so they could draft Shedeur Sanders, but something tells me, and this is just a gut feeling that I have, the Raiders want Shedeur. They want that big name. They want Deion Sanders' son playing in Las Vegas. I don't necessarily know that the Giants are going to stay at 3. They could drop back a couple of picks. They could drop back to 6 and then draft a guy like Mason Graham, Tetaroa McMillan. So, to me, the Giants make the most sense for Aaron Rodgers because I don't know that they're sold on any of the quarterbacks outside of Cam Ward, and they don't want to trade up for it.
There was a report. Well, there was a report, I think it was a day or two ago, that they were like going to heavy go after the number 1 overall pick. But I guess that's if they don't get Rodgers. If they get Rodgers, they're set.
Well, so but then those to me contradict themselves. So why would you want to be going after the number 1 overall pick if you knew that was your plan overall and then go aggressive at Rodgers? Well, you do.
You have to have contingency plan. Like, I don't think where they sit right now, I don't think they're saying, hey, we're going to go after the number 1 overall pick. I think what they're saying is, we're all in on Aaron Rodgers. However, if that doesn't happen, then we are willing to trade up to the number 1 overall pick. Like, I think you've got to have contingency plans and where they are positioned in the draft.
It's not a bad take. You are correct. But to me, I look at this and I say, you would be signing Aaron Rodgers to what? At most, 2 more years. So if your contingency plan is to be relevant for 1 to 2 years, then you're clearly drafting a quarterback in next year's draft because they've got a couple of guys coming out from college football next year that are supposed to be like really, really good players.
And that could be a great contingency. Like, that could be a great plan for them. See, this is why it's perfect for the Giants. Because you sign Rodgers to a 2-year deal.
Yep.
You have him this year. Now, the question is, how many of the quarterbacks are going to come out in the draft? Where are you positioned? Because if you have Rodgers, you assume you might be a little better. So are you going to be in the top 10? Maybe. But then if you're to get one of those top quarterbacks, you then have Rodgers for another year, you nurture that quarterback, you let that quarterback learn, and then you've got your quarterback of the future, in theory.
Yes, and Arch Manning is most likely going to be coming out next year. The consensus about Arch is that he's off the charts. That everybody, I mean, and I don't think he's even close to the prospect that Peyton was, or even, to that matter, Eli, although that gap is a little bit closer. But you've got Arch Manning, the kid from LSU, what is it, Nussmeier? Nussmeier's going to be a good player. Nico, yes. Oh, God, I don't even want to try to pronounce his name. The kid from Tennessee. Nico from Tennessee, for sure. He's one of those, well, wasn't he a freshman this year, or was he a sophomore? So I think he's got one more. Yeah, it's true. Because COVID really threw a monkey wrench in that. But now we're getting off topic. Nussmeier is going to be one of the top options in next year's draft. So back to round it about. You might be right. If Rodgers signs with New York, it's because he wants to go out and do one last swan song to prove that he can stay relevant. The Giants draft a quarterback next year, and then that's their, like Rodgers would mentor him for one more year, and then they move on. Rodgers retires. They've got the quarterback of the future. That would make the most sense. But then here's the next question that I have, and it's another quarterback free agent, Russell Wilson. What happens to him?
He'll go to whichever team doesn't get Rodgers.
So if the Steelers don't get him, he's going to New York.
Mm-hmm.
Or no, back to Pittsburgh.
Yep.
And if they do get if Pittsburgh gets Rodgers, he goes to New York.
Yep.
So then what's the big problem? Like, why are there reports of him going to Cleveland? Is that for leverage?
I think that's all BS. I think any other team that is not Pittsburgh or New York is BS. Could be leverage. I don't know. But the report that came out, I think it was either this morning or late last night, was that it's down to the Giants and it's down to the Steelers.
Yeah.
So I think it's those two teams, and that's that.
Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. Now let's get off some of that Rodgers and Wilson talk. I know that everybody wants to kind of move on.
Where will Rodgers sign, though?
Hey,
Let us know.
Let's figure it out. Oh, we did get some signings. Cool. Harrison Bryant. Ooh, okay. Now, again, backup tight end, right? Because they have Dallas Goedert, and who is the other Blankenship? No, not Blankenship. Who's the backup tight end that they've got? He made a couple of really nice plays in the playoffs this year. I forget his name, but he's also their tight end too. So Harrison Bryant will be like a tight end 3. Yeah, it's the guy's barely going to see the field. Who's the other one? Grant Calcaterra. Where did he play last year? That name sounds... Oh, that's the guy. It's Grant Calcaterra. That's correct. That's Calcaterra. Yes. Oh, okay. Got it. Why wouldn't you? They made an NFC championship game. So that's why I said, like, the Commanders didn't really need to add much outside of another weapon for Jaden Daniels and a little bit of extra protection. They did both, signing Laramie Tunsil and Deebo Samuel, or trading for Deebo Samuel. So it's the Commanders are going to be good for a long time, pending Jaden Daniels' health and no regression, right? So, because remember, the sophomore slump is a real thing, and something tells me that they're going to try and get him on a cover of Madden sometime soon. Maybe not next year, but Madden 2027. He'll be a Madden guy for sure. All right, here's what I'm going to ask you guys to do. It is day 4. We're about $50 of Super Chats. I want you guys to start sending in some Super Chats. Make me do some, like, stupid dances or something like it. We've got that wheel spin for $10 that I have not done yet. I'd appreciate it. But if you want us to talk about your team, you can send in a $5 Super Chat. A Beers Cheers where we're drinking Happy Dads for $2, a beer boot for $100, and a beer bong for $50. I want to get rowdy. While we're waiting on more free agency signings, and please, for the love of God, make a trade happen sometime soon, I want to get rowdy here on the show. So if you're a real NFL fan, you want to see me do some stuff on my very first free agency live stream, send in a Super Chat. It is not required, but it is fully appreciated. We'd respect you 100% and give you a shout out that you absolutely deserve. I'm feeling like push-ups, Jack. That's what I kind of want to get into. Couple of push-ups, maybe some sit-ups. Fun fact, with free agency, I have not been hitting the gym nearly as much as I should be. I used to go every day, and I have not gone in about 4 days, so I'm starting to feel a little like deprived of exercise. So if somebody wants to wheel spin for us, that's one of the options. I know that for a fact. Who is the top free agency winner right now? Give me a team that or honestly, give me your top 3 teams that are free agency winners. I'll give you my 3 right here. Bears, Patriots, Commanders. Yeah. Commanders. Commanders have to be in there at 3. Bills did great. They signed Larry Ogunjobi yesterday. More defensive tackle depth because their run defense was garbage. Daniel says Rams, Patriots, Bears. Good 3. I don't know that I'd put Rams at 1, but I really respect the 3. I would put Rams in my top 5 for sure. Bears, Vikings, Patriots. Vikings made some great signings. Will Fries or Freeze? Is it Freeze or Fries? Fries. Will Fries. Vikings says Zoe. Washington, Pats, Bears says Keenan. Yep, great 3. Commanders, they're going to win the East. That's going to be the question of the NFC East next year. Philly or Washington? Jonathan Allen is crazy. Who signed with where did Jonathan Allen sign? Where did Jonathan Allen sign? One more time. Oh, it was the Vikings. It was the Vikings, yes. Oh, they've had a... Jonathan Allen, Will Fries. They re-signed Byron Murphy.
We do have a little bit of an update. It's not really an update, but it's like a flight tracker. Russell Wilson just left his meeting with the Browns. He is now headed to New York, where he has a meeting tomorrow morning with the New York Giants.
So what you're telling me is that we're not going to get a Russell Wilson
Oh,
signing.
no. Russ will not go until Rodgers goes. Like, Russ is trying to be aggressive here, but he's not going to go until Rodgers goes. Like I said, I think whoever loses the Rodgers sweepstakes is going to get Russ.
You know, and as much as I dislike Aaron Rodgers and his attitude, Russell Wilson still thinking that he's relevant. Well, yes, we're relevant enough that we're talking about him, but let's be clear. There's not a single team in the NFL outside of the Eagles and the Chiefs that if they added Russell Wilson would win a Super Bowl. Prove me wrong. Like, you could add Russell Wilson to the Buffalo Bills, and they'd be a 9-win team. We saw it last year. He went to a very good Pittsburgh Steelers roster, and they got dominated, wiped the floor with in the first round of the playoffs. And he wasn't even that good. He was okay. 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. He threw for 2,500 yards. Boom. That's it. Russell Wilson. Okay. Sorry. I apologize. Had to get on a little rant there. Noah says Skol Vikes. You would love Patrick Seatman. Patrick Seatman and I go back and forth. I'm a Bears fan. He's a Vikings fan. We love taking shots at each other. How do you think Bucky Irving will do in year 2? Okay. Can I be honest? Here's a hot take for you. Ready? This might be a highlight cut. I'm kidding. Maybe a short. Yeah, I know. I knew you were going to laugh at that. I knew you were going to laugh at that. All right. Bucky Irving. Bucky Irving is the most underrated running back in the NFL. Last year, when he got drafted by the Buccaneers, I told a bunch of people that I'm very close to, none of them in the Chat Sports office because I wasn't here yet, but I told a bunch of people that I'm close to, by game 9 for the Buccaneers next year, he will be the number 1 option and the number 1 running back in that room. He's going to surpass Rachaad White, who is getting better. Bucky Irving is going to be, hot take, ready for it? MVP finalist next year. MVP finalist. I don't think he's going to win it. He'll be an MVP finalist next year. I think he rushes for over 1,400 yards next year. Book it. I am so high on Bucky Irving. It's not funny. I think he's got so much talent that nobody recognizes except for the people in Tampa Bay. Like, the Bucs quietly have one of the best running backs in the NFL. Jeff says stop drinking. I don't think the drinks have anything to do with that. I would tell you that stone cold sober. I've only had one, though. We're good. I love the take. Let's go. That's not even the glazing of Tampa Bay, and that's not even to stroke the ego either. That is my actual take. I love Bucky Irving. Can I do a mock draft? Hey! We got a $10 super chat from our boy Mark. We'll get him on screen here in just a second. We'll talk about Indy here in a little bit there, Colin. Don't you worry. But listen, if you want us to answer a question about your team, send in a super chat. We'll spend extra time on it. We'll give you full in-depth analysis here from the very best minds, of which I'm not one, at Chat Sports. Chat Sports. See? Exactly. Chat Sports. It is a first-time Super Chat. Can we give him 2 claps when he gets up there? 2 claps for Mark. He says, possible the Giants still draft a quarterback this year, even if they sign Rodgers, just because general manager and coach in the hot seat. A young quarterback will just give a chance for them to keep their job if they do bad. I've often said this, Mark, and I appreciate your Super Chat. Young quarterbacks in the draft are kind of like the life preserver for coaches that are on the hot seat. If you draft a quarterback and your job is on the line, and you say, give me 2 years to develop him into a franchise quarterback, you've pretty much guaranteed yourself those 2 years. And I think that's kind of where Daboll's at right now. So it's clear that with the worst quarterback room in the league, and let's be honest, you're not doing jack shit with Daniel Jones or Tommy DeVito or Drew Lock. So Daboll is actually in a very good position right now to draft a quarterback simply for keeping his job. Same with the GM. Joe Shane's on the hot clock as well. So I look at this and I say, if Rodgers gets to New York, not only have you solidified at least 1 year for yourself, but if you go out and draft a quarterback as well, then you've guaranteed another 1 to 2 years after that, depending on your record. If you go 3-14 with Aaron Rodgers, you're going to get fired. So context matters in this situation, but we appreciate your Super Chat. I think you're spot on. And we owe you a wheel spin. So let's do it. Tick, 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 tick. Hey! And we just did talk about his team, so let's do another one. Let's spin again. Tick, 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 tick. Jack. Okay. Fine. I'll do it. We'll do it live.
Those are more rare. We only have like 2 of those on the wheel.
Introducing our Freedom Funnel. This is for America, baby. Spam USA in the chat for this drink. I'm drinking this delicious Happy Dad straight out of a bird's butt. Oh.
Yeah, there you go, guys. There you go. Spam those USAs.
USA. USA. USA.
And if you want Trace to do another beer bong, it's either a $50 super chat to guarantee that he does a beer bong, or if you send in a $10 super chat, there is a chance that we land on a beer bong, like we just did.
They just got a $10 beer bong there. That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. But I love it. Thank you, Mark, for sending in that super chat. We greatly appreciate it, my friend. We did get another super chat in. This time from Chillo. Chili 50. He says, breaking news, Aaron Rodgers has been contacted by the retirement home. Details to be announced. He needs to hang it up. I appreciate that super chat only because the dude, although he was slightly above average last year in terms of his statistics, I'm not totally disagreeing with you. I think he should have retired a couple of years ago. I think the last year in Green Bay is when he should have retired. And as someone who, again, lived in Wisconsin, watching him drag it out for the people of Green Bay was just exhausting. It was so annoying. And honestly, at the very end, nobody cared at all. So if you want your team to make another signing while we're waiting for even more free agency signings, like today's stream. Can we get to 500? We've got 937 people watching. Really? What was the last couple of days? Shut up. Really? There is a chance that in my very first free agency stream, I beat the likes? That's crazy. Oh, day 1. Woo! Oh, we're going to smoke day 3.
If we get to 500, we will beat days 2 and days 3 of free agency and likes.
Let's get to 500 right now. Let's get to 500 right now. 25 away. 25 away, football fans. We love you. We appreciate you tuning in. We've got 970 people watching. Iconic says he doesn't want to. That's okay, because everybody else is going to step up for him.
6 away.
6 away.
512.
Did we hit it?
Yeah, 512.
Oh, now it just updated for me. I was like, what are you seeing? You guys rock. Let's go. Let's go. That's a big old chug of beer for me. Ah, delicious. You guys are the best. You guys rock. 2025 football season here at Chat Sports is going to be electric. By the way, I was talking to Mr. Lauderay, who is on the ones and twos today. Appreciate the super chat. We're going to get to it in a second. The amount of subscribers that we get through free agency is one of the biggest times of the year for us. I want to see the full number. I am genuinely curious to see if our bosses will come to us afterwards and say, here's the net growth. I love that. I love that because it's all about the analytics. More important is you guys, of course. You guys are number one because without you, we wouldn't have anybody to talk to. But when you hit that subscribe button, it helps everybody here give you more of the best content, keep our jobs. That's true. And this is more of a first world issue. We do get some slight increases in pay when you do that, which is huge for us. Mine's in October. Yeah, because that's when I started. It was last October. I've only been here for 5 months. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Look at that. I'm learning stuff new every day. That's actually really smart because as soon as football season starts, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. No. You can't. If you've ever, maybe one day we'll do a video about that. Oh, you should see what this place looks like on a Sunday. It is pure chaos.
We've done a few short videos, walking from studio to studio, but I would love for there to be a camera that's just in the corner that just sees.
I've thought about doing a walkthrough just one day. If that was my one job that one Sunday, just walk around with the camera and just document everything office style, mockumentary style, people looking at the camera, giving takes. It would make for amazing content. It really would. It really would. Kupp. It's Kupp. It's got to be Kupp. And reason being is because he's more desperate to play. I really think that if right now, if the Giants and the Steelers both called Rodgers and they said, we're no longer interested in you, he'd be like, then I'm retiring. Screw it. He would go host Jeopardy. Good God. Listen, I actually, there's no doubt in my mind Aaron Rodgers is a smart guy. He's talented at a lot of different things. Lying being one of them. Ooh, true. Remember the whole, we're not going to get into politics. Yeah, we don't go to politics, but that one particular incident was it was. It didn't need to be a thing at all. He could have just said yes or no, and nobody would have cared. No one would have cared. Who is Jeff anyway? What are you talking about? Let's take a look. Did something happen in the chat here for a second while everybody was spamming their ones and twos? Doesn't look like it. He's too old for this generation of football. Yeah, 41. God, I'm almost 30. I just turned 29. I'm getting up there in age. But yes, it's going to be Cooper Kupp. It's going to be Cooper Kupp. And I honestly think he's going to end up somewhere in... He's either going to end up a Charger or he's going to end up a Seattle Seahawk. He's not going to the Patriots. I don't think so. We did get some super chats. We got 3 of them. Somebody want to put us to $100? That'd be huge. That'd be huge. What do the Rams need to do to become the best team in the NFC? Who should they sign to take them to the next level? What free agents? So, the Rams, if you were to ask me right now where they rank in the NFC, I'd probably tell you 3. And the Lions are better, although they were very injured. That's why they lost in the playoffs this year. And the Eagles are obviously better. The Commanders, you could make an argument, float into that 3 spot, but the Rams are definitely top 4. In my honest opinion, you need a superstar at one particular spot. So I know Jared Verse last year came onto the scene, made a couple of splash plays. He looks like he's going to be pretty good. But right now on defense, you just have a bunch of B+. You don't have one particular A player, right? You got rid of Michael Hoyt. Now he's back in Buffalo. Now, I'm not saying he was an A player, but you need a big-time defensive line star. So maybe that guy is Trey Hendrickson. What could you give up to get him? I could see you trading a guy like... Help me out here, Jack. Who is a notable player for the Rams defense? The Rams... God. Because you don't want to get rid of any of your newer guys. No. So maybe giving up you'd have to give up draft capital as well. It wouldn't just be a player, but you'd have to give up a first round pick, a player, and like a third or a fourth. Okay. Yeah. So getting a guy like Trey Hendrickson, to me, that's fine. Yeah, you're good. Hey, take your time. Getting a guy like Trey Hendrickson is probably where you need to go. Again, sneaky good defense. Offensively speaking, I think you guys have all the pieces in place. Puka Nacua solidified number 1. You've got, oh my God, running back, went to Notre Dame. Kyron Williams. Kyron Williams, very, very solid running back, top 10 back in the league. Matt Stafford, re-signed. Still a top 10 quarterback in the league. If you're looking at all of the positions that the Rams have, they're all really, really good. They're just not elite at one particular position. Good point from Christian Smith, who just put this in the chat. Getting a guy like Micah Parsons, Trey Hendrickson, an elite pass rusher would be the way to go. You just signed Devontae Adams. So now you've got Puka and Devontae on the 1 and 2. You're good on offense. There's no issues on the offense. Maybe another offensive line here and there. But it's a lack of superstardom that is the problem in LA.
So what if you're second and you're third this year for Trey Hendrickson?
I'd do it in a heartbeat.
It worked in the trade machine. Just a second worked in the trade machine. I think that's unrealistic.
Yeah, that one draft pick they wouldn't take. You're probably going to have to give up
third. This year's second and third. Again, the trade machine said it works, and I don't know. I'm not an expert on this stuff. Like, I'm not an expert on trades.
I don't think it.
Let me try over the cap.
Saying that Jared Verse is an elite rusher is not accurate. I know someone just put that in there. He's good. They have a very good pass rush. They don't have a number 2. You need a number 1 to make Jared Verse number 2. Does that make sense? We're spending a lot of time on this, but it's true. To get a guy like, I'm not even going to say a number 1 pass rusher here. Let's just go with a guy like Hassan Reddick. I know he's no longer a free agent, but if you had a guy like Hassan Reddick, that's another move that could get you over the hump. Because the Rams are good everywhere. They're just not great at one particular spot. Let's move on. Aaron Rodgers should have retired at his high and his 3 back-to-back MVPs and owner of the Bears, but no money and ego comes first. True. Aaron Rodgers is the owner of the Bears. I'll forever say it as much as it pains me to say it. But Aaron Rodgers, I mean, if you look at his career numbers against the Bears, it's one of the best in NFL history. Like, the guy just never played bad against my Chicago Bears, ever. He was always on top of his game. I mean, the Bears until this year hadn't beaten the Packers since 2018. It'd been 7 years since they beat them. That's 14 games. That's insanity. So, yeah, it's bad. It's real bad. But appreciate your super chat. We got our $10 super chat, so that's a wheel spin. What other moves do you think the Bengals should do in free agency? I mean, re-signing Trey Hendrickson would be the smart thing to do. But there's not a lot of players that are left that could make some crazy splashes on the defensive or offensive line. Defensive back, however, you could go out and sign Rasul Douglas from Buffalo. You could also go sign Asante Samuel Jr. from the Chargers. You guys need corner help as well. Your defense as a whole was just a disaster last year. I mean, Joe Burrow threw for what? 43 touchdowns, 3 picks? The dude put up Madden-like numbers, and you guys missed out on the playoffs. So adding a cornerback, I think, is probably the best move. So Asante Samuel, or who's the first guy that I named? Rasul Douglas. Now, you could still attack that in the draft as well. Jahdae Barron is going to be a number 1 key name to look out for, so keep your eyes on him. He's going to be fantastic. All right, let's do this wheel spin for him. Appreciate you, Titans fan. Tick, 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 tick. Hey, now. Look at that. They're telling me to sober up. I got to have a little bit of water on this one. We're all good. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Got another one here from our Chili 5-0. Also want to say I respect Russell Wilson for being the mature free agent quarterback right now. He isn't holding teams hostage. Instead, he's looking for other options. I disagree. I think he is holding the Pittsburgh Steelers hostage right now by going to visit with the Cleveland Browns. I don't think he's seriously considering the Browns. Do you, Jack? There's no way.
Again, I do think it's more on Rodgers than Russ.
Yes.
Because I think Russ is just going to go wherever Rodgers doesn't. I think Russ has handled it better.
Yeah.
But I do think the Cleveland meeting's weird.
It is weird.
I think the Cleveland meeting's a little weird.
It's very weird.
But like I can see like he's Cleveland's doing their due diligence. He's allowing them to do their due diligence. So, I don't know.
But like they signed Kenny Pickett. They've got Deshaun Watson. In what world does Russell Wilson want to go to Cleveland? Why would he? There's nothing about Cleveland that is other than playing time. Because they won't start Deshaun, even though they're paying him, what, 40-something, 50-something million dollars a year. Like, to me, it makes no sense. So, Chili 5-0, I understand what you're saying. And if you are correct, then yes. Like, if this is a legitimate meeting between him and the Browns, then great. You're 100% correct on him. But the truth is, I think it's for leverage over the Steelers. I think he wants to go back to Pittsburgh, and I think this is how he's doing it. I'm going to go talk to your division rival, and explore my options, watch me walk out the door, I think that's kind of what you're looking at right now. He doesn't want to play for Cleveland. No shot. No shot. Bears to land Genty from our buddy the Notecast after Las Vegas takes Mostert. I don't think that's a... Oh, 100%. Yes. They will 1,000% be looking at Ashton Genty. And adding in Geno Smith, there is nothing wrong with looking at your backfield now and saying, okay, we've got a quarterback that we can trust for at least to be competent for the next couple of years. So now let's add some skill position players. Let's go out now. But I think they're going to go after a receiver. I think they're going to try and get Tet McMillan. I think they are high on Tet McMillan in the draft. And he'll probably go top 7. Raiders pick at 6, if I am correct. So, appreciate it. I think and I hope the Bears land Ashton Genty, because on paper, we're loaded if that's the case. But all things considered, if we don't land Ashton Genty, there are plenty of other great players to go after as well. Speaking of the Bears, check out this amazing Chicago Bears jersey from our friends at Fanatics, who are sponsoring today's live stream. We're going to take this link right here, put it in the comments and the description of today's video. Go start shopping at Fanatics today. Bo Nix jerseys, but whatever kind of jersey that you want to go get. And it's not just jerseys. It's shirts, it's cups, it's hats, it's gloves. Any sort of apparel that you can think of for your favorite team is going to be at Fanatics. So go shop with this link right here, like I said, description and comments of today's video, and start your Fanatics journey today. Thank you, Fanatics, for sponsoring today's live stream. I feel like a lot of people want to talk about this guy, so let's start talking about him. Cooper Kupp. We mentioned earlier that Cooper Kupp's number one priority after the most recent developments from, I believe it was Jordan Schultz who said it. His main priority is to play in 2025. His second priority is to play for a contender. If you can have it from the best of both worlds, that's probably where he's going to end up. We have not talked about this particular scenario yet, and I've been kind of avoiding it because I don't like this team. But have we considered the possibility of Cooper Kupp going to the Green Bay Packers? They need a wide receiver 1, although I don't think he's going to be that. But their trio of wide receivers, Christian Watson, Romeo Doubs, Jalen Reed. Those 3 guys might be the best trio of talent in that division. So if you added a guy like Cooper Kupp to that, you're set. You're absolutely set. Because Cooper will become your 1. Christian Watson can go to a number 2 and be a more vertical threat. Jalen Reed plays a very similar style, so you'd make Cooper the Y and make Jalen Reed the flex spot. And then Romeo Doubs shifts to the number 4. And if Romeo Doubs is your number 4, that's the best number 4 in the entirety of the NFL. You can't convince me otherwise. So, Green Bay to the Packers. Chat, I want to know, do you think that's a possibility? Is it a good fit for him? And who's going to add Cooper Kupp? I'm going to start answering some questions and some comments right now. Abdi says Titans. There's no shot he ends up as a Tennessee Titans. Patriots fan says, my Patriots need him. I know you do. I know you want Coop. 0-17 Colts. Let's go. We'll talk about the Colts here in just a little bit because they now have, quite literally, and Jack will appreciate this, he's a movie buff, Indiana Jones. Indiana Jones. Daniel Jones to the Colts. Revy says the Chiefs. Al says Miami. Interesting. Have not considered Miami yet. Starting to think, though. Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, Cooper Kupp. It's a hell of a trio. If you would have told me that was your trio in 2021, That might be the best trio in NFL history. Christian Watson probably going to miss most of the season. He's got week 17 or 18. Yeah. Due to his knee injury was nasty. Seattle Seahawks, love it. Bengals, don't see it happening. They just franchise tag T. Higgins. I don't think they're in the business of spending for a guy like Cooper Kupp. To the Chargers, again, something that absolutely could happen. Saints, they're in cap hell. I don't think that happens. They have so much cap issues right now in New Orleans that just signing any free agents is tough. Bears, I could see it, but I don't think it's going to happen. Steelers, hear me out. If Aaron Rodgers signs, Cooper Kupp could see that and go, I'll take a gander at the Steelers. Dark horse team, Steelers. Eagles, yeah, okay, no way. Commanders, no, they just traded for Debo. Denver, have heard a lot of rumors about Cooper Kupp to Denver. Him and Cortland Sutton would be very, very interesting. I like Cooper Kupp to Denver. The more that I think about that, the more it makes sense. He might sign with the Raiders, says Hoopty. Nah, probably not. Probably not. The Raiders to me, like, I just don't know. Like, what are they? What kind of franchise are they? Are they trying to be good, or are they just trying to get back to relevancy? Because all the moves they made in free agency tell me they just want to get back to relevant. They just don't want to suck anymore. Cowboys, Bears, Kansas City, Detroit, and the Chargers. All Cowboys, I've heard, this is just what I've heard. I have heard that they are not in the business of Cooper Kupp. True. They don't like free agents, period. Also true. The Cowboys love drafting and developing their own. We drafted this guy. He's a Dallas Cowboy for life. That's what they love. They're not big in the free agency market. Jerry Jones has said it himself. He's not a huge free agency guy. Now, granted, last year's free agency class was 10 times better than this one. But there were still some really good players that you could have acquired, and they did jack shit. The Cowboys did nothing. And I like the Cowboys. I live in Dallas. They're not my favorite team, but, I mean, can somebody please get Jerry Jones on the phone and tell him, you need help? Except for Cowboys don't develop players. That's not true. CeeDee Lamb was developed. Micah Parsons was developed. Dak was developed. Zeke was developed to a certain extent. He was already really good coming out of college, but you get my point. Like, there's been a lot of players that have played for the Cowboys that have gone on to have very successful NFL careers. We did get another super chat, but before we hit our super chat, help us get to 4015. That is our goal for today. We are just 29 subs away. We've got 1,000 people watching right now. We might hit the goal a little over halfway before the stream is supposed to end. And if we continue to get super chats and hit our sub numbers, we'll stay live. And as soon as I said that, somebody decided, I'm going to unsubscribe. That is crazy. 29 subs away. Let's hit that sub button. Get to 4015 if you've already subbed. Say I've subbed in the chat. Type me. There you go. Even easier. Type me if you've already subbed in the chat. If you haven't, hit the sub button and then type me. Bang. G-Stack. Love it. Flaming Finn. Love it. Nico. Love it. Vincent. Love it. Jordan. Love it. So we've got all these guys that are watching us right now that have been subbed, and that is great. But I know that 984 people are not all subbed. So let's try and hit that 500 mark right now. We're 28 away. That's it. $26. 25. We're inching our way closer and closer. As they say on TikTok, brick by brick. Every single follower helps. We've also talked about what we're going to do when we hit 500,000. There might be like a 30-minute party. We'll call it a 30-minute party. If we hit 1 million, or when we hit 1 million, I don't even want to say if. It's a when. I don't even know. The office might explode. Like, it's going to go nuts. We're going to go ballistic here at Chat Sports. Live streams all around. 20 away. Let's keep it going. Come on, boys. And girls. There are girls watching. Boys and girls. Love it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Appreciate it, E-Dub. Antonio. Coupled look great in the Ravens purple and black. Play for the Ravens. Not bad. Not bad at all. 12 away. Here we go. We're almost there. Let's get back to some football talk once we hit that 5 number. We'll get back to the ball. We'll talk ball after we hit 500. Oh, 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 hey, hey, hey. 10 away. That's it. That's all we need. Just 10 away. 9 away. Sam Hardaway says he's been subbed since 2.5K. That would have been in like what, 2018, 2019? Eight away. 5 away. Just 5 more subs. And then we'll get back into some free agency talk. I promise. I promise. Yeah, we do have a tracker for you. It's all updated and looking very spiffy. 4 away. Hit it. Hit it. 3 away. Hey! 401-504. Wow. All right. Very nice. A celebratory drink. And now we can get back to some football. So let's talk about the NFL free agents that have made deals already. Harrison Smith, Cam Sample, Tylan Wallace signed a 1-year deal with the Ravens. Cam Jordan signed with the Saints. Kyle Trask re-signed with the Buccaneers. Mike Williams re-ups, goes back to L.A. to the Chargers. Mac Jones going to the San Francisco 49ers. Dalvin Tomlinson, defensive tackle, signed a 2-year, $30 million deal almost with the Arizona Cardinals. Greg Van Roten with the Giants. Adam Thielen back to the Carolina Panthers. Then Kindle Vildor signing with the Buccaneers. Jamin Davis signs with the Jets. Jack Stoll this morning with the Saints. David Andrews also got released this morning by the Patriots, 8-time captain and 2-time Super Bowl winner. Then guys like Anthony Walker, Josh Uche with the Philadelphia Eagles. Mason Rudolph going back to Pittsburgh. Then KJ Osborne with the Washington Commanders. Scotty Miller will clap. Raheem Mostert signs with the Raiders. To the Raiders. And then, of course, more signings with the Commanders. Josh Ross signs with the Seattle Seahawks. Brandon Allen, quarterback backup for the 49ers, signs with the Tennessee Titans. And the most recent ones, Harrison Bryant, tight end, signs with the Eagles. Sheldon Day signs with the Washington Commanders. And Malik Collins signs with the Browns. Again, details to be announced. How did I do? I get them all? Pretty sure. If I missed a couple, I apologize. Shout out your favorite team. Let's get back to it. 2:20 on a Thursday. Let us know who your favorite team is. And if you super chat us, we will talk about your favorite team and any question that you have, and we'll fully deep dive into it. You're good. Who do you think is having the best offseason so far? It's between 3 teams. The Commanders, the Bears, and the Patriots. And the Patriots were kind of expected because they had the most money in cap space. I believe they had like $108 million in cap space available. So the Patriots were going to go out and sign everybody. The Bears, only because they addressed the offensive line. And by the way, the Bears gave up the most sacks in the NFL last year, 67, which is 4th all time. So Caleb Williams was just literally getting rocked every other play. And then the Commanders, because they went out and traded for Deebo Samuel, they traded for Laramie Tunsil. So they got better offensively. Defensively, they're re-signing a bunch of players, so I think the Commanders are going to get better as well. But those three teams in particular are having the best. The Bills also did really well. They'll be top 5 too. So those four, and if I had to put one other team in there, the Vikings. There you go. Vikings at 5. All your favorite teams. Here we go. Below the zero trader. Bears. Let's go. Bear down. Same with E-Dub. Love it. Mike McKenzie says the Ravens have looked good on offense. Yeah, they're fantastic. Never count Lamar Jackson out. Packers. Oh, my God. All right, we'll get you on in just a second here, Gamer. Appreciate the super chat. Love it. Baltimore, says Mike McKenzie. Nikudo says the Packers, the cheeseheads. Ugh. Sorry. I don't like that team up north. Hooday, baby. The Bengals from Radical. Berto says Baltimore. Sam says the Packers should sign Asante Samuel. Not necessarily, because they still have, Jair Alexander. He's not going anywhere. And they just made another cornerback signing in free agency. So they are kind of addressing the cornerback need. They need a pass rusher. Trey Hendrickson. I'm just saying, trade for him. The Packers have a negative pass rush. Lucas Van Ness is a bust. You can't tell me otherwise. Brian says Skol Vikes. Skol Vikings. Jair on the trade block. Yeah, he could be. I mean, he's got a terrible attitude. He doesn't want to be in Green Bay anymore. Browns fan says Cleveland. Anyone hearing anything about New York trading for Milton from the Pats? I did hear some Joe Milton trade rumors, but nothing as of late. So nothing crazy has happened since we got there, right? Like it's not been, like there haven't been any updates about the Joe Milton trade. So we'll keep an eye on it, but appreciate you looking for us. Buffalo Bills, says Bruce. What's up, Bruce? I've been doing a couple of Bills videos, by the way, Bruce. If you want to go check out the Bills breakdown, it's a brand new channel we've launched here at Chat Sports. Almost at 2,500 subscribers. So if you like the Bills in any capacity, go subscribe right now. Milton is a stud. He's got all the talent in the world. He needs to be developed. Trey to Detroit, says Patrick. It would be interesting. Aiden Hutchinson and Trey Hendrickson together would go ballistic. Ballistic. Is Fowler still up for grabs? I'm not sure. I'd have to check the free agency graphics that we have built. I will absolutely look up on that for you, though. Thank you. Keep shouting out your favorite team, guys. Let's go. We got 930 people watching. Gabe says, Kupp would be perfect for Seattle as a player and a mentor. For Jackson Smith and Jigba, you're absolutely correct. Who, by the way, is going to be an excellent player. Excellent player. Tyler says Steelers need Rodgers. They need Rodgers like I need a shower, and I showered this morning. Broncos, says Oscar. E-Falk says tighten up. It's another, we've got Mr. Brett Alper on the Titans videos recently, so if you want to go and give that a sub as well. Ravens is my team. FGB, says G-Stack. FGB. All right, we are 3 likes away from 600. Let's hit that real quick. Let's hit that really, really quick. 3 likes away from 600. Yes, that'd be great, actually. Thank you. 2 more likes. And I know a lot of people have, listen, I'm going to address the kind of the elephant in the room here. I know a lot of people are like, get back to talking about football. You guys keep talking about these likes and the subscribers and asking for that stuff. That is what helps us give you guys more content. If you don't like the video or subscribe to the channel, you can't find out more about football. Does that make sense? Because all of these metrics help us bring you more content, and they're shown to you from the YouTube algorithm. So when you like the video, you get more football content. It's crazy to think about, but like people complain about that stuff. And at the same time, when they like the video, they get more football, basketball, baseball content. So appreciate you. Wow, we just went up to 638. That was awesome. Maybe my little spiel worked, Jack. Maybe my little spiel worked. I'm actually going to go use the bathroom as well. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break. Mr. Lotteray is going to keep you guys updated. I will be back in just a second. Do not go anywhere. How about this? I'll make a challenge here. If we can get to, we're at $104 in Super Chats. If we can get to, let's call it $150 before I get back, I will do another beer bong. $150 before I get back. I'm going to rip a beer bong out of the freedom funnel, this bird's butt. I promise. If we can get to $150 in Super Chats, and of course, all the other things that go along with that. Are we good to go? Let's do it in 3, 2, 1. See you guys in about 10 to 15 minutes.
All right, folks, you got me. We did have some soups, which I'll answer while we're gone, while Moose is gone. Okay, we got a few soups. We got one from Nick. Giants sign Russ. You think they still draft a QB at 3? I'd say probably if a QB is available. If the first two, if the QBs are off the board 1, 2, then obviously not. But I think they'll be aggressive for a QB because I don't think Russ or Rodgers are a long-term option. You're probably getting 2 years max, maybe 3 if you get really lucky. But I think you get like 2 years max. So why not take one of those quarterbacks and, nurture them, have them learn under these veterans? I mean, I would personally like it. Chill50, Seattle fan, by the way, last one of the day. Hey, thank you so much, Chill50. We really appreciate it. How do you see my team attacking free agency so far? I've noticed a lot of former Ravens signings and vet DTs too. McDonald has had success with. How does Lawrence pan out? DeMarcus Lawrence has played well in his years with the Cowboys. I like that signing a lot for Seattle, actually. And yes, McDonald's brought in people from Baltimore that he knows, that he's comfortable with. Obviously, if he's bringing them over, he saw something in them in Baltimore while he was there. So, look, I'm a big Mike McDonald guy. I think he's really talented. I like him as a coach. I trust his decision-making, and I do really like the signing of DeMarcus Lawrence. I think that was a really, really awesome signing from Seattle. Fleetway Gamer said, Packers, my team, free agent signings so far have been lackluster. We can take a look real quick and see what they've done. We have graphics for that. Isaiah McDuffie, Brandon McManus, Aaron Banks, probably a bit of an overpay. I don't love that one that much. And then Nate Hobbs. These are the 4 signings they've made. So Isaiah McDuffie's an extension. Brandon McManus, you need a kicker. Cool. What is that? $5 million a year. Okay, fine. Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs are your 2 big signings. Is Nate Hobbs as good as Jair Alexander if Jair Alexander leaves? I'm not sold on that. I think that the 2 big signings you made are actually probably a little bit overpay. I think Aaron Banks is definitely an overpay. But as we saw the first few days of free agency, pretty much all free agents are being overvalued. Like free agents, this class is an incredibly weak free agent class. And even though that's the case, people are overpaying. And I think it's because there's not a lot of options. And every team is trying to upgrade. So, Banks a beast. You got to watch the film. I unfortunately cannot watch the film for every single player on every single team. But I trust you, Flamin' Finn. Someone said, bro, I'd be hella stoked for the New York Giants to grab Joe Milton. I don't think Joe Milton's going anywhere. I think that Josh Dobbs signing for the Patriots was weird, but I don't personally think that he's going to go anywhere. Matty Boy, we're going to get your Super Chat up in a second. Thank you so much. Remember, if we get to $150 in Super Chats by the time Moose is back, he will do a beer bong. Doesn't have to be one person. It can be $5, $10 Super Chats. 10 $5 Super Chats. I know math. I'm smart. But we are less than $40 away, $37 away, I believe that math is correct. I think that math is correct. $37 away from Moose doing a beer boot. Beer bong. Not beer boot, beer bong. Beer bong. Okay. Here's the 10 from Matty Boy. Tell Moose to get back to work. Hey, I've taken more breaks in this 2.5 hour than Moose has. I've taken 2 bathroom breaks because my bladder is not good. I've taken 2 bathroom breaks. This is Moose's first break in 2.5 hours. But I know you're joking. Thank you so much, Matty Boy. We'll do a wheel spin for that. And then Moose will have to do whatever the wheel spin lands on. Let's spin the wheel. Let's spin the wheel. Thank you so much, Matty Boy. $10 does get you a wheel spin. Drink some water. Actually, you know what? I'll do that for Moose because I need to stay hydrated. I got my water. I'll do that. Thank you so much again, Matty Boy. Let's take a look at the signings that have happened today. Last night into today, because, obviously over the night, there are moves that happen as well. Harrison Smith goes back to the Vikings. I think it was either retire or go back to Minnesota. Cam Sample is going to the Bengals. Tylan Wallace to Baltimore. Cam Jordan stays with New Orleans. Kyle Trask stays with the Buccaneers. Mike Williams goes to the Chargers. Mac Jones, this was one of the more surprising ones, goes to San Francisco. Dalvin Tomlinson goes to the Cardinals. Greg Van Roten, a deal with the New York Giants. Adam Thielen restructures his deal to return to the Panthers. Neville Gallimore goes to the Colts, and Kendall Vildor goes to the Bucks. Jamin Davis goes to the Jets. Jack Stoll to the Saints. David Andrews spent his entire 10-year career with the Patriots, has been released by the New England Patriots. KJ Britt goes to the Dolphins. Anthony Walker Jr. to the Bucks. Josh Uche liked that signing for the Eagles. Mason Rudolph returns to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Isaac Yiadom, I'm sorry if I butchered that name, 3-year, $9 million deal to go to the Saints. Saints are making moves. Saints are making moves, big or small. They don't have a lot of cap space. Actually, they have negative cap space, but they're still making moves because the cap does not exist. KJ Osborne goes to the Washington Commanders. Scotty Miller to the Steelers. Will Clapp also goes to the Saints. Raheem Mostert to the Raiders. I like this. There was clear regression for Mostert last year, but I like the move. That does not take them out of the Ashton Genty conversation. I like the move nonetheless. 2 re-signings for the Commanders. Michael Dieter and Noah Brown both re-signed with the Commanders. Deshaun Hand goes to the Los Angeles Chargers. Josh Ross to the Seahawks. Brandon Allen goes to the Tennessee Titans. Harrison Bryant goes to the Eagles. Sheldon Day goes to the Commanders. Malik Collins to the Browns. And Naquan Jones to the Chargers. Flamin' Finn asks, who's your team, bro? The Shield, the NFL. I'm joking, the Patriots. I am a Patriots fan. I am a fan of the New England Patriots. All right, let's ask a question. Who's your top NFL free agency loser? Who do you think is the biggest loser of free agency so far? I want to hear your thoughts. Who do you guys think is the biggest loser of free agency so far? Ed Ingram is being traded to the Texans. We have a trade alert, ladies and gentlemen. Trade alert. Trade alert. Ed Ingram. Let's see if that's in yet. Trade alert. Trade alert. Ed Ingram is being traded to the Texans. Interesting. Sources are telling me that Moose is coming back, so if you want him to do a beer bong, you better get those super chats in within the next 20 seconds. Everyone's saying the Cowboys. I agree. We do have a trade alert. We will get it up on screen when the graphics are made. All right. Moose is back, ladies and gentlemen. Moose is back.
I've been back. Just playing. I just got into the room. I did find out that there was a trade. Ed Ingram is going to the Texans. Wow. Okay, so not a huge move, but a replacement for Laramie Tunsil in some capacity. Isn't Ed Ingram a guard? I think he's a guard. Let me check. I don't think it's a direct replacement, but, I mean, the Texans need a lot of help on the offensive line. It just says offensive line. That's all it says. Oh. We also do have an update here on Sam Darnold's newest number for the Seahawks. He's going to wear... If Adam Schefter's thing gets... Okay. It's 14. It's still the same thing. But took his time with that. Okay. So, again, nothing major, but adding at least one offensive lineman to replace Laramie Tunsil is probably the smartest thing to do. Their offensive line is going to suck next year. Unless they address it in the draft. Could you see Mekhi Becton going to the Texans? That'd be a pretty good free agency signing for them. That'd be very nice. They need all the help that they can get. Last year, the Texans, towards the end of the year, they just got riddled with injuries. Tank Dell is most likely going to be out for all of 2025 because his knee exploded. Stefon Diggs tore his ACL. Nico Collins missed time last year. I mean, the entirety of the offense was just in shambles, and then their offensive line was awful. So hopefully they can get it turned around because C.J. Stroud has proven that he's their franchise guy. What app do you use to see the notifications? It's Twitter. It's Twitter. True. Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Diana Rossini. Love Diana. She's one of my favorite. She is great. She's fantastic. Who is your top free agency loser? We want to talk about this real quick because we've talked all about the winners and how good they're doing. But let's talk about the teams that haven't done anything in free agency or have made some really bad moves in free agency. You have to have the Cowboys down there for sure. Cowboys. Chiefs haven't really done much, right? I mean, I won't put the Chiefs. I'm going to take that back. Cowboys, Packers, they haven't done anything. And 49ers. They got rid of everybody. Packers, Cowboys, 49ers have not had a good free agency. Sorry. Chargers, also true. They haven't done much either. Jags are the biggest losers. They were active on day one, but those signings don't make sense. Have we seen the Jaguars on day 2 or 3? That's a very good point. I have not. I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen their names once on day 2 or 3. They were active on day 1. Titans, true. They did sign Van Jefferson. Woo. Eagles, yeah, but their biggest move was re-signing Zach Bond. So I can't say that they were bad, even though it was prior to free agency, because of that move. So I'll go B- for the Philadelphia Eagles. The Broncos do need a running back. They need a running back like I need air. But I think they could attack that in the draft. I know they're high on Amari and Hampton. They're not going to land Ashton Genty. They could land Caleb Johnson. R.J. Harvey, another one. The kid from SMU, Brashad Smith. He's another really good one. So, yeah, the Broncos are probably going to go running back in the draft. They could draft Amari and Hampton. Keep an eye on that. Amari and Hampton could be a draft pick at 20 for the Broncos. What is the signing? No way. The Dolphins? Oh, my God. They just flip-flopped. That's terrible. There wasn't even a trade either. It was just, hey, like, I'm going to go sign in Vegas. You're going to go sign in Miami. That's dumb. They could have just traded and saved all the headaches. Oh, good God. The Raiders and the Dolphins. I expected something like that from the Raiders. The Dolphins, I thought, were on the right track. The Dolphins also are one of those teams that are like in NFL purgatory. They just kind of exist. You know, they're not good. They're not bad. They just are. That is so Dolphins. Exactly, Flaming Finn. You get it. Texans did trade for Ed Ingram. Correct, Brandon. They get Ed Ingram. They gave up a 6th. Oh, so it wasn't even a 2025? Okay, gotcha. 2026, 6th round pick. So grade the signing, I guess, if you want to take a stab at it. I'm going to give that a D. Because, first of all, the player quality is not great. But he's not even that good. No, he was not. Alexander Madison is a good RB3. See, look, everybody agrees with me. F, D, F-. One guy gave it a B-. I give it a D+. D+. Oh, well, hold on. I don't know if I lost some audio in my ears. Oh, okay, then we're fine. I can still see my levels going, which is great, but okay, gotcha. Then that's all good. I was like, uh-oh, I don't know if I cut out. I don't have misophonia, so that's not a problem on me. All right, so I'm going to do something real quick. We got people, how many people we have watching right now? We got 902. I need some more Twitter followers. One of the things that my boss came to me yesterday and said, swear to God, this happened. He messaged me and was like, you need to start posting on your new Twitter more. If you're going to be a host here at Chat Sports, of which I want to be one, you have to have a bigger online presence. And I was like, done, say no more. So my Twitter handle is Moose_NFL. Here's what I'm going to do. If you're watching right now, go follow me over on X. The first 10 people that follow me, I am going to give a follow back to. So I'm going to open it up. It's Moose_NFL. And Mo, you are my first one. I'm going to give a shout out to everybody that follows me. I'm following back. Mo, followed you back, brother. It is in the chat. Go follow. Nick, what's up, Nick? I followed you back. Appreciate it. Billy, what's going on, dude? Followed you back. That's 3. Here's 4. Coming in just a second. Sorry, I'm getting all the other updates from the NFL guys as well. So Bear with me. Pop, what's going on? Followed you back. Damien, following you back. Brooklyn, following you back. Angelo, following you back. That's 6, so we need 4 more. Uh-oh. Let's get back on there. Good. John, what's going on? I'm following you. Jay, I'm following you. Zaire, I'm following you. One more. Let's go with Dr. This is a great name. Dr. Crackley. Is that a chiropractor? I gotta assume so. All right, there's the 10. Appreciate you guys so much. Thank you. Brand new Twitter. Up to 57 followers. You guys rock. Appreciate it. I'm going to continue with the shout-outs. Let's get some shout-outs. I'm going to turn around. Spam me in the chat. Spam me. Okay, cool. We'll wait for Mr. Lotteray. They do like this one. Ooh, they do like that one a lot. All right, I'm going to turn around. We're going to spam your team. So spam your team in the chat. I'm going to turn around. Once we get enough teams in there, I'm going to turn around afterwards. We're going to pick a random team and talk about them. So we're going to pick your team and then talk about them. Here we go. I'm turning around.
Let's go. Let's get those teams in the chat. We're going to do this twice, so get a bunch of teams in there. Keep spamming your teams. Keep spamming the name of your favorite team. Let's go.
Let's get that chat rate up.
Spam your favorite team. Spam your favorite team. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want to see them. I want to see them. All right, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Chargers.
Chargers.
Chargers. The Chargers. Okay, so let's talk about, let's rewind the tape a little bit. Chargers go out last year. They get Jim Harbaugh to come in. They obviously transformed the way that they play football. Brandon Staley was a joke of a coach. So, Chargers come in, they set the precedent. They're going to be a run-first offense. Passing will be a complementary game, even though they have Justin Herbert. But Justin Herbert's stats this year were good, not great. They didn't jump off the page. They get to that playoff game against Houston, and Justin Herbert plays one of the worst games of his career. So now fast forward to Chargers free agency. They lose Joey Bosa. They re-sign Khalil Mack, and they make a bunch of smaller moves. The Chargers have one glaring issue. They have no weapons, especially at wide receiver. Ladd McConkey is their only guy. So in order to become better, in order to take the next step, first of all, Justin Herbert has to show up at the playoff games. Second of all, they need a big splash free agent at wide receiver. Cooper Kupp. Hello. There's a reason we're talking about him all day long. Go out, get Cooper Kupp. You lost Joshua Palmer. You lost Joey Bosa. Now it's time to go sign a big name. I guess you could go out and sign a guy like Amari Cooper. You could go out and get a guy like Stefon Diggs. But if Cooper Kupp is available, go out and get him immediately. That is what's going to take the Chargers to the next level. They got Joe Alt in the draft last year. They have Slater and Alt now on the offensive line. They're set. They've got the quarterback. They They went out and signed Najee Harris. So Najee Harris is now a Charger. You've got a pretty decent running back. So they've got the middle of that offense all locked up. It's now time to take the next step and add the flash. Amari Cooper, Cooper Kupp, there's guys in the draft that you can take as well. Luther Burden III is a guy that you should keep your eye on as well. Dude's going to be an unbelievable receiver. He was the wide receiver one at Missouri last year. So The Chargers are a couple of pieces away from being elite. That is what the Chargers need to do. Defensively, they were fine. They were a top 3 defense last year. It's all about the weapons now. Go out and sign a few weapons, and you're going to be just fine. Boom. Cool. All right. Let's do it one more time. I'm going to turn around.
Keep spamming those names. We're going to do it one more time. We're going to do it one more time. Keep spamming those names. Keep them coming. Let's go. 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 Let's get those names up. Let's get those names up. Let's get that chat rate flowing. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark of the stream.
That's awesome. Shout out to you guys for sticking around as long as you have.
Keep them coming. Keep them coming. All right. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay. Vikings. Ooh. Interesting. Another NFC North team. Okay. I have a love-hate relationship with the Vikings. I love that I hate them. And I kind of hate that I love them too, because as much as I am a Bears fan and whenever we play them, I'm all Bears all the way, I actually respect the Vikings organization as a whole. The Vikings make good decision after good decision after good decision. And that's why I think J.J. McCarthy's actually going to be a very, very good player. And why moving off of Sam Darnold, in my opinion, was the right thing to do. You drafted J.J. for a reason. Now you have to see what he can do because you drafted him at 11. If you went out and drafted JJ at round 3 or round 4, let's just say, for example, that's where he went. You clearly would have no problem re-signing Sam Darnold. But the problem is that Sam played so well last year, albeit you guys got bounced first round of the playoffs, but you guys played so well last year that questions started to arise like, do we re-sign Darnold? Do we ride with the kid? Riding with the kid is the absolute best move possible. He's on a rookie contract. He's got great accuracy. He's the type of quarterback that Kevin O'Connell would love to develop. So, smart move in keeping JJ. After you get rid of Darnold in free agency, the Vikings now are saying, okay, now that we've moved off Sam, we have to now build around the kid. That's the perfect thing to do for a young quarterback. You made some major moves on the offensive line. You signed Will Fries. You go back on the defensive end. You signed Jonathan Allen and Harrison Smith. Budda Baker now comes to the Minnesota Vikings. Ryan Kelly signs a 2-year deal. So all of these moves indicate to me that the Vikings think, hey, we might not drop off nearly as much as people think. We got rid of Sam, but what did they go, 14-3 last year? So is it impossible to conceive that the Vikings might win 12 games next year, 12, 13 games? Not at all. I think they lost some key pieces, especially with losing Sam. But I think they also added in some other areas as well. So the Vikings probably going to dip a tad. Not a lot. I think it's them and the Bears next year for the NFC North. I think the Lions take a step back. Here's another hot take. Sorry, cheeseheads. I think you guys finish last in the division next year. Hot take. Not that hot, in my opinion, actually. Packers win 8 games. That's going to be it, though. That people are going to be like, whew. All right. Our sub count, we already smashed our number of 401.5. It's a tall order. I realize it. But is it possible that we hit 402,000 subscribers today? It's a big ask. I know it is. That's what, 400 and... Well, we went down there. Just 440 or 461? 461. Big ask, but I think we can do it. So hit that subscribe button. Help me out. Help Jack out. Help the people here at Chat Sports out. Let's get ourselves closer and closer and closer to 402,000 subscribers. I'll tell you what. If we get, what time is it? 2:56. If we can get up to 401.6, I've got something here that I got this bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce. I'll drink it. Not the whole thing, but I'll drink enough of it. I will drink enough of the whole bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce we had for lunch today. It's full. It's brand new. I will drink this bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce if we can get to, in the next 4 minutes, 401,600 subscribers. That's 60 subscribers in 4 minutes. I'll drink the whole bottle. Not the whole bottle. I'll drink the bottle of Chick-fil-A sauce.
While we wait for that, we did get a little bit of a Cooper Kupp update.
Let's do it.
The Patriots are interested in signing Cooper Kupp. They are in the sweepstakes for Cooper Kupp. But his price at the moment is, and I quote, a bit too steep. What does that even mean? How is it a bit too steep?
It depends on how many years he's looking for. So, again, like the high rate of receivers right now, like DJ Moore, I'm going to use him as like a ballpark estimate. DJ Moore signed for $18 million a year. So he's not going to get 18. But could he be looking at like a 2-year, $30 million deal? 2 years, $32 million? It's possible. I'm going to say most teams are in, like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say most teams are probably like, look, we'll give you 1 year, $11 million. And he's like, that's not enough for me. But could a needy team like the Patriots could they negotiate and say, okay, 2 years, $14 million, I think he'd accept that. No, sorry, 2 years, $28 million. My apologies. 2 years, $28 million, 14 a year. It's an interesting thought. We have to know what he's looking for, though. You can't just say, oh, the price is too high. Well, it's like, well, what is he asking for? If he's asking for a 4-year deal, he's out of his mind. But a 2-year deal, $28 million bucks, I would sign him for that. I absolutely would sign him for that. We need 51 more subscribers for this bad boy going down the gullet. Now 50. In just 3 minutes. We need 50 subscribers in 3 minutes. I don't think you guys can do it. There's no way. It looks like I won't be drinking Chick-fil-A sauce. Keep going. Keep hitting that sub button. It's warming up. It's warming up. 44. Who's going to be the one? 57. 58. Hell, I'll even make you a different deal. If you don't think we can get to 401.6, 401.75, and I'll take a shot of it. That's 14 away. A minute and a half. 14 subs, and I will do it. We're right there. I can feel it. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hold on. Someone said, don't do it. I'll stop watching if you do. It's Chick-fil-A sauce. It's delicious. All right, I'll put that down for a second, even though we are only 12 away. And also 2 likes away from 700. Just by the by. 9 away. 9 away. Is this thing even open? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. 8 away. Oh, yeah. Whew. The barbecue sauce is rich in this one. All right. 7 away. You know what? Screw it. I'm going to do it anyway once we hit that 75 number. Why not? You guys came for a good time. I want to show you a good time. I've already had a couple of beers. I'm feeling loose. 7 subscribers away, I'm doing it. Doesn't even matter about the time anymore. We just hit 3 o'clock. So, seven away. We'll get back to ball talk, I promise. 6. Let's go. Come on. 6 away. 6 away. It's going to happen. We're 5 away now. Yeah, by the way, some conflicting reports coming out right now about Cooper Kupp that he wants $20 million a year. Dude, if DJ Moore didn't get that, you're not going to get that. DJ signed at 18. It was like 18.45, something like that. There's no way. We're 2 away. It's going to happen. Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley. Name that movie. Good job. Way to go. Resident movie buff here. And one more sub. The Chick-fil-A sauce goes down the hatch. There we go. All right. Here we go. Ready? I got to lift this up so I don't get any sauce on the mic here. Woo. It really does go down thick. Oh, that was disgusting. I regret that immediately. Yeah. Nothing like some beer to wash down some pure Chick-fil-A sauce. Whew. All right, let's get back to some ball. Free agency seems to be kind of coming down to a kind of a crawl here. Not a ton of huge named signings. We're most likely not going to see anything happen with Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson today, but Cooper Kupp is still a very much in-play contender to sign today. We will have all of the updates for you here as we get them. Jack just gave us one about the Patriots, potentially saying, hey, we're interested in you, but your price is way too high. Apparently wants $20 million a year, which he will not get. Somewhere, in my opinion, around $14 million a year, maybe 15 on the high end, is probably where he should be looking at anyway. And we've just had a bunch of signings like Brandon Allen signing with the Tennessee Titans. We've got some other smaller rotational players that have also signed. Ed Ingram just got traded to the Houston Texans from the Minnesota Vikings. And then Jack Conklin just signed offensive tackle 1 year, $10 million deal with the Browns. Now, we can talk a little bit about some of the bigger names. Can we get that up, actually? Can we get the day one tracker names up so that we can just discuss in case anybody's missed anyone's? Oh, yeah, that's true. All right, so Trey Smith, he signed with the Chiefs again. He was the number one offensive lineman that was, yeah, well, true. That's true. $23.4 million. T. Higgins got franchise tagged. Khalil Shakir signed a 4-year deal with the Buffalo Bills. Alaric Jackson re-upped with the Los Angeles Rams. Deebo Samuel got traded. Jonah Jackson got traded to the Bears. Oza Igidegizua, right? Oh, Digizua. That's how you say his name. He signed his extension with the Dallas Cowboys. Saquon Barkley restructured his deal with the Eagles. Then you had guys like Joe Thuney, who got traded from the Chiefs to the Bears. Brandon McManus, kicker, he re-signed with the Packers. Then we had Max Crosby, who re-signed his deal. Zach Bond re-signed his deal. So we know you know all of this stuff. We're just recapping just in case anybody's missed some big deals. Tutu Atwell re-signed with the Rams. Josh Jobe. Christian Kirk is now with the Houston Texans. Bobby Wagner going back to the Washington Commanders. Terrell Bernard signs that 4-year, $50 million deal with the Buffalo Bills. Then you have guys like Levante David who are going back to the Buccaneers. Anthony Pittman, Greg Rousseau signed with the Buffalo Bills. Geno Smith gets traded to the Las Vegas Raiders, so he's now a Las Vegas Raider. Tommy DeVito re-signs with the New York Giants. Marquise Brown, Marcus Davenport, and so on and so forth. Big names that have all signed with their potential homes. So day 4, you're not going to see any huge signings like you would have on day 1 and day 2. But with that being said, there are some still gigantic names out there that have yet to be signed. So to me, these are all contract talks, right? Like Amari Cooper's got to be in contract talks. Cooper Kupp is already in contract talks. Elijah Moore has to be in contract talks. So all of the moves made so far in free agency, and yet there are Stefon Diggs is another name. So if you are just joining us, no news on Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson yet. Some very minor rumors and news on Cooper Kupp. But if anything should break, we will be right here to be the ones to break it for you. 725 likes, got 862 people watching. That is fantastic. Thank you so much for joining us today. Remember, Super Chat to get in on the show. $2 will get us to do a little beer cheers. $5 we'll talk about your team. $10 we'll spin the wheel for you to have me do one of those challenges on the wheel. $50 will be a beer bong, and $100 for a beer boot. And I'm feeling rowdy. I just drank Chick-fil-A sauce. I'm feeling kind of freaky and kind of weird. It's past 3 o'clock. We're 3 hours into the stream. And if you would have told me this morning I was drinking Chick-fil-A sauce, I would have told you were crazy. But here we go. I'm already there. I'll have to take another beer's cheers for you. Chiefs need a line, says Zapped. Yeah, although they re-signed Trace Smith, losing Joe Thuney is tough. New England Patriots signed Stefon Diggs to a 2-year, $40 million contract? No way. That happened? No, that didn't. Oh, okay, I got you. I was going to say, I would have seen that already. 100%. Titans should get a vet wide receiver. They did, Van Jefferson. I know what you mean, though. They should go out and get a bigger name like Stefon Diggs, Amari Cooper, Cooper Kupp. I get it. Wasn't trying to be an ass. Keep going. Keep asking your questions. Do you think the Pats will be signing a wide receiver? Yes, most likely. Their wide receiver room is trash. Awful. It is really, really bad. Did they hear that? Okay. So, according to my producer, the Patriots were in talks about spending up to $28 to $30 million per year on Chris Godwin, and he declined. He re-signed with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He must really love it in Tampa. Yeah, and he's got a rapport with Baker Mayfield already. Plus, I think he likes being in Tampa because all of the best corners go to Mike Evans during the game. So he's usually one-on-one with a lesser corner, and that frees him up for open opportunities, which means more money in his pocket for better statistics. So I get that. That actually makes a lot of sense why he would re-sign with Tampa. Will Wilson be a good fit for the Browns? He's not going to go to the Browns. In my opinion, I think he's using that for leverage against the Steelers. But if he did, no. Because Russ, at this point in his career, needs a strong running game to support what kind of skill set he has. Remember, he's 5'10", doesn't really see over the line of scrimmage all that well, so has to get outside of the pocket in order to make plays happen. And the best way to make sure that you get outside of the pocket is on play action. And play action only works when you have a strong offensive line and a good run game when you're faking to your running back. So, to me, all of those things combined lead me to believe that there would be no good fit for Russ. You're right. Florida does not have any state income tax. So that's a great point. Way to go, Anthony. Appreciate that. Thank you. Also biased because Kupp has visited my middle school before he entered the league. So please come home. Where is home, Gabe? Where is your middle school at? Hey, we got a super chat. Did we really? Oh, we didn't. Yeah, you're right. We didn't get to these. JN picked to Cincinnati for TH and free agent signing Kupp. Thoughts? JA? Well, so I'm going to address this from kind of the back. Signing Cooper Kupp is not going to happen. You won't get Cooper Kupp there. The Bengals are notoriously cheap, and they just franchise tagged T. Higgins. So it's not going to happen. As for the other part of yours, I'm not entirely sure what the abbreviations stand for. Jair Alexander. Ooh. So Jair Alexander and a pick. What's the pick? Probably a second, right? Jair Alexander and a second. For Trey Hendrickson, I think the Bengals would make that move. They do need corner help big time. So I think they would make that move, 100%. Yes, I like it. I like that a lot. That's great. Appreciate your super chat. Bucks Nation from our guy Brian. Let's go Bucks. I'll cheers to that. To beers, cheers. $10 super chat just came in from Weevelus. Thoughts on Seahawks possibly signing Kupp? He's a Washington native, grew up a fan, and currently resides in Washington. Also, Seattle has been aggressive this offseason and needs a wide receiver bad. They are at the top of the list right now for the Cooper Kupp sweepstakes. Cooper Kupp to Seattle, to New England, to the Chargers, and there's one other team that is in some serious, the Broncos. Those four teams are all big time in on Cooper Kupp. I could absolutely see it happening. Him and Jackson Smith and Jigba combined, that's a great duo. Sam Darnold would be thrilled if he got Cooper Kupp. And at 10-7 last year, the Seahawks have a legitimate shot to win the division. I don't see the 49ers winning that division again next year. They got rid of everybody. So really the only team that you're competing with is the Rams. The Arizona Cardinals live in a state of mid forever. So I'm going to say that you sign Cooper Kupp, you're giving yourselves the best chance to win that division, win the NFC West. So appreciate it, Weebelis. Thank you so much. And here is your wheel spin, my friend. Another beers cheers. Delicious. Cheers to you guys. Niners did tear it all down. That's correct, Mr. Mime. Zapped. Yeah, you're right. I'm being hyperbolic. They didn't get rid of everybody. They got rid of a lot of players. A lot of players for the Niners were just out the door. Taloa Hufanga, he's gone. Dre Greenlaw, he's gone. Kyle Juszczyk, he's gone. Trying to think of any other players. I'm still rattling off names in my head. There's a bunch of them. The Niners have lost a ton of players. They still do have a core of Brock Purdy and Christian McCaffrey. Yes, you're right. And Brandon Ayuk. Oh, traded Debo. There's another one. So they got rid of a whole bunch of players. So they're pivoting. It's not quite a rebuild. We'll call it a restructuring. How about that? Make sure to go start shopping at Fanatics. It is the best place to shop for all of your favorite NFL gear. Like this right here, Mr. Caleb Williams jersey, but there are plenty of other jerseys as well that you can shop for. And it's not just jerseys. It's hats. It's gloves. It's jerseys. It's cups. It's anything that you could possibly think of surrounding your favorite team, but specifically in this case, jerseys. With this code right here, it's going to be in the comments and the description of today's video. So make sure that you go down and shop with this link right here today with Fanatics. And thank you to Fanatics for sponsoring today's video. Whoo! Best NFL free agency signing so far. Who do you guys got? Let us know. Who's the best free agent signing so far? We're on day 4. We're waiting for more news to drop. Beast Slayer says Hassan Reddick. Devontae Adams, that's a great one. He's up there. Greenlaw to Denver from Muhammad, that's another great one.
Another Kupp update. Teams believe. A handful of teams believe someone will offer Cooper Kupp around $12 million a year.
Okay, so I said 14. I was pretty close. But you know what that means. If they're saying 12, someone's going to go up to 13 or 14. So he'll fetch 13 or 14 on the market. If that's the starting price or like what the asking price actually is, somebody's going to overpay. So if it's $12 million a year, we'll call it 13. Let's round up. 2 years, $26 million. He gets what? $16 million guaranteed? The rest in incentives? Right? I think that's pretty fair. Especially for a guy who is coming off of multiple injuries. Steelers traded for DK Metcalf. That's a good one, Vincent. He's not worth that if he plays half a season. I'd say $12 million. So could you say $12 million a year with the ability to go up to 14 if he hits certain check marks, like playing in all 17 games, 1,000 yards, 6 touchdowns, 7 touchdowns? You could make it an incentive-driven bonus. So you could say $12 million with the ability to get up to 14 or 15. Yeah, okay. I'm on board with you. 100%. Adams and Bosa. Rodgers is next. Good luck. We're all waiting for that. Thoughts on Kupp to the Chiefs? It would make sense, wouldn't it? I mean, they really don't. They re-signed Hollywood Brown. Travis Kelce's much older. D-Hop's gone. I just don't envision it. I don't see it in my head. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see that being the case. Although, on paper, it makes sense. So, no, but I'm also going to say it makes sense. So, yes and no. All right, we did get a super chat here from Frankie Quills, who has been clamoring for us to respond to it, and just a little bit. Hey, it takes a little bit of time for the super chats to get loaded up as well, guys. So it's not like as soon as it comes in, we can get it on screen immediately. It takes time to go through the system. So once we get it in, we do put almost every single one on screen, or as many as that we can get to. He says, do you think Jerry will get Stefon Diggs or Amari? Not Amari. I'm trying to think about Stefon Diggs here. I like the fit.
You got me, Wolf Sports Edits. A lot of typing going on in the background. That's a typo on my part.
It's all right. They happen. All right, so let's think about Amari Cooper, not Amari Cooper, Stefon Diggs to the Cowboys here for a second. Coming off of an ACL tear, number 2 clearly behind CeeDee Lamb. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all, but Jerry has never been aggressive in free agency, ever. He's always been the guy that goes out and gets it done in the draft. So it makes sense, but it's not going to happen because Jerry is so stubborn. And that's somebody who lives in Dallas. Like, trust me, we hear all the Cowboys news and rumors. We hear all of it. We hear about what Jerry says and what Steven says. No, you're good, Frank. Don't worry about it, my guy. We're not mad at you. We did see it. It just takes a little bit. I'm going to say that you're on to something. You would be correct in saying that it would be a good fit. Unfortunately, I don't see it happening at all. It's just Jerry's not like that. He's one of the only owners that just does not care about free agency. There's a couple other ones, but he's the main one. He's the main one. But you know who is still on the market and that we have a lot of opinions about? Mr. Aaron Rodgers. So where do you think Aaron Rodgers is going to sign? What team is going to sign a Mr. Aaron Rodgers? Put it down in the chat below. Has there been any chatter for online for Seattle? Nothing yet. The only chatter for Cooper Kupp so far has been with the Patriots. Giants. Steelers. They signed Diggs, and how long before he's yelling in Dak's face? 3 games. Guaranteed. Although he didn't yell at C.J. Stroud at all this year, so. Gamer says Steelers. Keep typing those in the chat, guys. We're giving you shout-outs. Crash Out says Giants. Matthew says Steelers. Oh, we did get another update here from Mr. Adam Schefter. Hold up. It is a free agency releasing, so it is no longer, it's not on Cooper Kupp. Minnesota is planning to release its 2019 first-round pick, Garrett Bradbury, unless a trade can be worked out per sources. Bradbury's standing was altered after the Vikings signed former Colts Pro Bowl center Ryan Kelly. So, Bradbury, a center, is most likely going to be released by the Vikings. So whatever team needs a center, Bradbury is going to be on the market. If they can't get a trade done, which most likely won't happen. Most likely will not happen. Where's Tevin Jenkins going? Ooh. I like this question. Teams that need guards. Texans. He'll be a Texan. He'll be a Texan for sure. Hopefully Dallas. Hey, you could see him in Dallas as well. You could go to Texas. Tevin has narrowed it down to the Bengals, the Giants, and Seattle. Then it's going to be the Giants. If that's the case, he's going to be a Giant. They also need some serious guard help and offensive line play. Whoopsies. But speaking of that, look at that number. We're only 15 away from 4016, which when we started, what did we start the day at, Mr. Lotteray? Was it 301? I think it was 301. 270. Wow. So we've gained over 300 subscribers on today's show alone. That is fantastic. But let's hit that 401.6. 14 away. That's all we need to do. Eat raw eggs at 401,006. I would eat raw eggs if we hit 500,000. It's a little too far out there. First and 10-minute sports. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Thanks for subbing. Love it. 13 away. Let's go. Let's go. Hit that sub button. Okay. Yep. Okay, just in case. Mm-hmm. Do you want to run Q&A first and then? Okay. Oh, yeah, good call. Good call. Yeah, correct. Correct. Okay. All right, let me load up. Let me load this up real quick. Sorry, guys. Appreciate your patience. We are just 10 subscribers away. You guys get to see kind of how the magic is made, how the bacon is made, as a Matthew Petersonism, here at Chat Sports when we are getting ready to do a video cut. So this is kind of like a little behind-the-scenes action for you guys. It's pretty cool. And we are going to get into a live cut here, by the way, just for everybody watching. So we appreciate your patience, like I said. Eight subs away. Oh, who unsubbed? Boo! Unsubbing in 2025 is wild. Wild. Yo, do you do a video where you have to do a mock draft between all the sports pages? Yeah, we do a lot of reactions to mock drafts. Mm-hmm. Tons of That's 2 unsubs. That's even 3. They have to be bots. Gotta be bots. And speaking of which, knock on wood, we haven't seen like any of them today. Gotcha. Oh, they're back. Yeah, no, I got you. I got you. All right. Let me pull up my script here.
We're about to get into 2 cuts that are going to go up on the channel at some point in the next few days. And one of them is going to be a mailbag. So
yeah.
we can put you on the show, your username, your profile photo. We can put you in a Chat Sports video that goes out later this week. How you do that? You use hashtag NFL or Super Chat and ask a question, okay? And then we will pull you, like a Super Chat, we will pull you onto screen for a video coming up this week. Now, I will ask. Sports questions, Wolf Sports Edits. Let's keep the Cooper, Kupp, Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson questions to a minimum. You can ask about your favorite team. You can ask about stuff like that. Like I'm going to dust you says, hashtag NFL, Chiefs going to get a big move soon? Great question. We're going to put it on the show. Someone can ask about Aaron Rodgers or Cooper Kupp, but we're not going to like show a bunch of those questions. We might show one of them. Vincent asked a good question about Kyle Juszczyk. It's a good question. So ask your questions. We're going to do one cut before this predicting where all the free agents are going to sign. Wolf Sports Edits, put hashtag NFL in your question, and then we'll ask it.
This is so important. I have seen this mistake made so many times on other live shows. So I'm going to give you the full inside scoop. If you do not put hashtag NFL, we can't pull it. It does not get loaded into the system the correct way. So if you want to ask a question, the best way to do it is to super chat. Or if you are going to use that hashtag, you have to put hashtag NFL. You have to. I love it. They're following directions. That's the best part. All right. I'm ready to go. Well, we should wait to let these some more questions get into. Right. Okay. Here, let me take this off. Gotta fix my appearance here. Much better. Keep asking your questions, guys, and remember, enjoy. This is the cool part about being behind the scenes with Chat Sports. So here is what we have got cooking up for you. So this is going to be going out either later tonight or sometime tomorrow, predicting the top remaining free agents landing spots. So free agent landing spots. So we've got a couple of players that we have identified, some big name players, and I'm going to tell you exactly where I think these players are going to land with my full prediction in today's show. Day 4 of the NFL free agency period is coming to a close, NFL fans, and there are still some massive names that have yet to be signed and call their next team home. So I thought I'd take it upon myself, being Trace Moustakas here, filling in for Mr. Tom Downey, to predict exactly where I think these free agents are going to sign. Now, before we get into my official predictions, if you love your free agency moves from your team already, make sure you hit that like button on today's video. We are trying to get to 500 likes on today's video. It's a steep ask, but I can guarantee you it is 100% worth it. On to our first free agency prediction, Mr. Cooper Kupp. Now, Cooper Kupp has been the talk of the town for the last 24 hours or so. Released by the Rams most recently, and everybody, rumors all circulating around where he's going to go, what's his price tag going to be. But before we even talk about his price, we have to look at his production over the last couple of seasons. 2021, he wins the Triple Crown. 2022, plays in 9 games, gets hurt, but still puts up pretty good numbers for only 9 games played. The drop-off has been significant in 23 and 24. And I say that because he's played in more games, had less yards, and in 3 seasons has not completed a full year of play. So getting top of the market value for a guy that has not played a full season in 3 seasons just clearly is not worth it to a lot of teams. Now, that doesn't mean that necessarily that you're going to go out and sign one of these guys. Right? These are the remaining free agent wide receivers that are still on the board. Amari Cooper, Stefon Diggs, Elijah Moore, Keenan Allen is still there. And then got guys like Brandon Cooks, Tyler Lockett, who was released by the Seahawks, Robert Woods, Juju Smith-Schuster, and Josh Reynolds. But back more to Cooper Kupp. Kupp is an interesting player at this point because on the one hand, if he hits and plays the full season, you could be looking at a guy who gets you 90 receptions, over 1,000 yards, and 7 or 8 touchdowns. But on the low end, if you pay him a ton of money, he could be the guy that only plays 10 games and gets you 60 or less receptions for 600 yards and 4 touchdowns. So ultimately, this all comes down to what? What the price is going to be and the best fit. And to me, the best fit is currently in LA. Not with the Rams, but with the Chargers. Think about what the Chargers did last season. They bring in Jim Harbaugh. They completely restructure the way they play football. Run first, run heavy, built through the trenches. Then they decide to go out and draft Ladd McConkey, and they release 2 of their players, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. Well, here's some good news. Mike Williams just re-signed with you. So now you've got Ladd McConkey and Mike Williams, plus Quentin Johnston. If you added a guy like Cooper Kupp, he fills the role that Keenan Allen once played. Maybe not to the same degree that Keenan Allen once had, but you are looking at a solid flex wide receiver 1. So Cooper Kupp, in my opinion, is going to end up a Los Angeles Charger. But what say you? Where's he going to end up? Who is going to add Cooper Kupp? I'm going to make this one of the pinned comments in today's video. I want to see as many replies to this as possible. He is a hot name right now on the free agency market. Where will Cooper Kupp play in 2025? Now on to our next guy, Mr. Russell Wilson. Another huge name only because he's tied to another guy that we're going to talk about a little bit later. But Russell Wilson played for the Steelers last year, appeared in 11 games, came in for Justin Fields, and played pretty decently. I'm not going to lie to you. At 63.5% completion percentage, almost 2,500 yards, 16 touchdowns to 5 interceptions, that's what? A 3-to-1 touchdown to interception ratio? That's pretty solid numbers for 11 games played. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. Russell Wilson isn't going to make or break a team. The guy's not the same Russ that he was back when he played for Seattle. But could he be a benefit to a team that goes run heavy? Yes, absolutely. And he makes sense for a team like Pittsburgh, but they're clearly not as interested as we thought. So Russell Wilson, being 5'11", having to make plays outside of the pocket, has visited with a very recent AFC North team. He went and is visited with the Browns today. And then tomorrow on Friday, he's going to be visiting with the New York Giants. Now, let's take a breath here. Just because he visited with the Browns doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to sign with the Browns. I think this is a leverage move. I think what he's doing is saying to the Steelers, I want to come back, and I'm going to go talk to your division rival. Watch me go do it. I might go sign with the Browns. But they just signed Kenny Pickett, and they still have Deshaun Watson under that horrendous contract. So I don't think he's going to end up as a Pittsburgh Steeler or a Cleveland Brown. I think he's going to be a New York Giant. We're going to get into the reasons why I think it makes more sense, but I'm just going to leave it here with you right now that Russell Wilson is going to be a Giant because the biggest name coming later on in the show is most likely going to take his spot. Now, before we get into our next big signing, get more free NFL YouTube videos right here at Chat Sports when you hit that subscribe button. It is 100% free. You can do it just like that. It takes 2 seconds to do. We are the premier destination right here at Chat Sports for all things football, baseball, basketball, and sports related. Okay, our next free agent wide receiver prediction is actually one of these guys on this list right here. He's that first guy you see, Mr. Amari Cooper, 30 years old, recently played in Buffalo. He didn't have a great season. Now, also should be noted, he broke his hand, didn't make big headlines, so a lot of people in Buffalo believe that with a healthy Amari Cooper, you could see something like he did in 2023. 72 receptions, over 1,200 yards, 5 touchdowns. But I'm not so sold on that because you can't convince me that the main reason that Amari Cooper was as bad as he was because he had a broken hand and then just didn't decide to tell anybody about it. I think that contributed to his downfall, and kind of the reason that he wasn't performing as well, but I also think Amari Cooper is getting older. He's 30 years old, right? We've seen that when you hit the big 3-0 mark, especially for a wide receiver, you start to regress. Now, that doesn't mean that he can't be an awesome addition as a wide receiver 2 or 3. In fact, there's one particular team that does not have any receiving talent whatsoever. The New England Patriots. They need Amari Cooper like I need air to breathe. And truth be told, getting somebody like Amari Cooper who's got all of that experience is probably the perfect fit for a young quarterback in Drake May, who we have seen have so much potential and so much talent and showcase that in his ability to get outside of the pocket and make throws downfield. So Amari Cooper, in my opinion, is going to end up as a New England Patriots, and it would be sweet to see him in a Patriots jersey. And speaking of jerseys, thank you to our friends at Fanatics. They are the sponsor of today's video. You can go start your shopping with Fanatics today. You can get this sweet Caleb Williams jersey or J.J. McCarthy jersey just like that by using this link in the comments and the description of today's video. But it's not just jerseys. They've got hats, they've got gloves, they've got shirts, they've got all kinds of apparel surrounding your favorite team, and it's all customizable as well over at Fanatics. One more time, we're going to use this link right here in the description and the comments of today's video. And thank you, Fanatics, for sponsoring today's video. Now, I know it's like beating a dead horse, and you guys have been so vocal about how much you would despise seeing his name in the news, but Aaron Rodgers is our last major NFL free agent that has yet to sign. And let's be honest, he's not the Aaron Rodgers of 2021 anymore. He's not Green Bay Aaron Rodgers. But I think we saw some hope from the second half of the 2024 season with Aaron Rodgers. The first half of the season, he was awful. He gets slightly better. The Jets are just a dumpster fire of an organization and clearly have no idea how to run a successful team. So thank God Aaron Rodgers is out of New York. But what team would vie for him? Because we saw some of the chaos in New York last year, and we all said, thank God we're staying clear of Aaron Rodgers and that whole mess. But I believe that Aaron Rodgers and his specific skill set at age 40, 41 years old can still be an asset to a team that is set up the proper way. And the team that's set up the proper way is the Pittsburgh Steelers. Why? Mike Tomlin is all about defense. They have led the league in the last 3 years in defensive spending. They are a run-forced team. Jaylen Warren is now the sole back in Pittsburgh. He's going to make waves in the backfield. George Pickens, they trade for DK Metcalf. So you've got two dynamic talents on the outside. So now the question is why isn't Aaron Rodgers a Steeler? Not so much is where is he going to sign, but I'm going to ask you that question regardless. Who will sign Aaron Rodgers in 2025? I've already given you my opinion. I think he's a Pittsburgh Steeler. I think he and Russ flip-flop. But it's still going to be very interesting to see if he goes on McAfee and decides to announce it there like he did with the Jets, or if he sends out a tweet or maybe does a sappy Instagram post like Tom Brady did when he retired. Either way, we cannot wait to see what happens. That's going to do it for us on today's episode of NFL Daily. My name is Trace Moustakas. Thank you so much for joining me. Remember, subscribe, hit that like button. 500 likes is the goal. Share this with an NFL fan in your life. We will see you next time. Whoo! One take. One take, chat. What'd you guys think? Grade my performance. A, B, C, D, or F. Oh, somebody said A+. Oh. Thanks, guys. That was nice of you. The real Jay Will says the first time here. It's a good show. Awesome. Love it. Amari to the Pats. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, Joe. Sorry, I just had to do that real quick. Yes, to the Patriots. He fits perfectly there. B+? I'll give you that one. I'll give you a B+. Listen, I'm not here for you guys to glaze me and say, give me all A's. I get it. There are things that I need to improve upon as a host as well. Did the Bears make any moves today? No, they did not. There have not been a lot of moves today being made, actually. There have not. All right, let's make sure all of our Slack notifications are turned off here because they were going ballistic for me. I love that Aaron Rodgers eating a graham cracker photo. AI can do some crazy things. Diggs to the Pats or Kupp? Neither. Diggs will play. The more and more that I think about it, Stefon Diggs has Cowboys written all over him. E for effort. Thanks, Herman. Appreciate it. A-. I like that. Kupp will sign when the Steelers offer him a deal. I don't know that they're going to offer him. None of the big receiver names have signed today. That is correct. They have not. Mekhi Becton news? No. No Mekhi Becton news. You could get the Diggs brothers back together. Absolutely. I think that'd be awesome. Joey Bosa and Nick Bosa were rumored to be paired up with each other on the 49ers for a long time. If Aaron Rodgers signs with the Steelers, how much is he going to want? A shit ton. 1 year. I could see him saying 2 years, $60 million. Yeah, 2 years, $60 million. Thanks, Jeremy. Appreciate that, brother. A- is a good score. A- is a good score. Make sure you guys get your hashtag NFL questions in. We're going to get into our mailbag version of the episode. And remember to go follow me on X if you are just joining the show. Moose_NFL. Moose_NFL. Go give me a follow. I'm tweeting out all the time. I'm trying to get up to 100 followers today. I'm at 68. Can we make that happen? There you go, Ryan. See? We're on the same page, dude. You and I are like this. We're locked in. Who do you think the Texans should sign? I think they should sign Tevin Jenkins. It's not going to happen. There we go. Love it, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. Elijah, I'm giving you a follow back, brother. Keep going. Knowledge. Appreciate it, brother. I'm going to like that. Give it a like. Trying to get to 100 followers on X for my brand new account. It's my football account, so I'm tweeting out about football stuff all the time. 73. You guys rock. You guys rock. I love it. Thank you. I can hear Mitchell Renz. By the way, if you guys know Mitchell Renz, 365 over on the Raiders Report, he just got a bang where he does the Raiders bang. He just got one, and I can hear it in my headphones. That's how loud he is. He's over in the next studio next to me. Epic Jet, thank you for putting hashtag NFL, brother. Love it. Same with you, Crash Out. Got another bang. Elijah Duncan. He just tagged me in something on the NFL. I'm going to post my reply right here. What grade would you give the Cowboys so far? What positions do you think they should target with the rest of their cap space, even though it's limited? Grade is a D. Jerry does not go after free agents aggressively. But with the remaining cap space that you have, you should probably go after a rotational guard. Spend your money. Spend your money on a guard. And rebuild through the trenches. Bang. There's the reply. Keep getting those questions in, guys. You might be just featured on one of our shows here for our mailbag sesh. How are we looking on questions, Mr. Producer? We're good? All right, cool. We did. Let's, put that in there as well. Cool. Of course. By the way, 732 people watching. We have 785 likes. Let's get to 800 before the end of today's live stream. That's the goal. We're already squarely in second place for NFL free agency live streams. We beat out day 2 and day 3 already. Let's get to 800 and solidify that second place spot. There's no way we're going to get to beat day 1s, but day 2 is fine. Second place is fine. 11 away. No problem, Tony. Appreciate you, brother. Oop, we got an update here for you. Wide receiver Ben Skoranek is re-signing with the Steelers. No source on the money yet, but Skoranek was a former Notre Dame player. 7 likes away. Where do you think Mekhi Becton will go? I'd love to see him on the Patriots. I'd love to see him on the Patriots. Cooper Rush, he'll sign with somebody. There we go. We got to 800. Bang. All right, cool. All right, guys, another behind-the-scenes footage here. Remember, if you got your hashtag NFLs or your Super Chats in, you might just be featured on the next episode of the NFL Mailbag. So that's going to be all the rumors and the questions that you guys ask me about free agency as well as the upcoming 2025 NFL season. Welcome into today's episode of NFL Daily. My name is Trace Moustakas. You can call me Moose. And today's episode will feature all of the questions that you have surrounding your favorite NFL teams, favorite NFL players, and all of the free agency signings that have gone on so far. This first one coming in from our buddy Vincent. Kyle Juszczyk to the Steelers since they had a meeting today is still an option. Yes, it is. And Juszczyk is not your very stereotypical fullback, Vincent. Juszczyk has very good hands. He's almost like a power running back. So he's more of a commodity player. I wouldn't say that he's a necessity to any particular team, but having him in the red zone for any multiple or a multitude of teams is actually a very, very good thing to have. So I like that Kyle Juszczyk is garnering some attention, especially from a well-respected organization like Pittsburgh, and I think that he would make a very good addition to them. Richard, where do you think Kupp will sign? Well, believe it or not, I just did a video on this, and if you want to go check it out on the channel as well, you can do so. But I simply think that Cooper Kupp is going to end up as an LA Charger. It just makes too much sense. New coach, not a lot of weapons, good quarterback, great offensive line. Cooper Kupp would fit in perfectly with that team, and he stays in LA. So, you don't have to move anywhere. You're just going to the same place that you did every single day, just in a different uniform. So Kupp ends up a Charger. Pop. Who else should the Steelers sign outside of a quarterback? This is interesting because the Steelers spend a lot of money on defense every single year, and offensively, they've already traded for DK Metcalf, and they've re-signed Mason Rudolph. So if I had to say, maybe you go offensive line, you sign one of the free agent offensive linemen that are still on the board. That's technically an option for you. I would have told you Josh Myers, but he signed with the Jets yesterday. So any center or right guard or left guard, any combination of those three as a depth pick or a rotational, offensive lineman would probably be the smartest thing to do. Elias, Giants needs everything. Everything. Quarterback for sure to start. Running back depth you need as well. Offensive line help. You need a guard. Again, I need air to breathe. So signing Tevin Jenkins is in your future. Aaron Rodgers, Russell Wilson. I don't care. You just can't roll into 2025 with Tommy DeVito as your starting quarterback. It just makes literally zero sense. So quarterback to start. Figure out the rest. Probably offensive line, I would say, is second. That internet dude. NFL does the league always rising cap give teams, that does the league always raising the cap give teams that don't manage it an unfair advantage or disadvantage to teams that manage it well? That's a great question. I'm going to say no, and here's why. Every single year the cap raises, and every single year you see that the bad teams still remain bad. Why? Because the teams that understand how to manipulate the cap are smart with their money. Teams like the Jets remain bad because they just throw money willy-nilly or they don't re-sign the players that actually deserve it. So, as the cap rises, it just means that you have more room to make stupid decisions if you're a bad organization. Good organizations like the Eagles pivot off of players that maybe don't have the greatest of futures, and they re-sign players that have shown an exceptional ability to impact the game on the field. So, great question, but the truth is that even though the money goes up, stupidity also stays up. And then also simultaneously, good decisions and good teams make the right ones all the time. Mark, any good ideas for a Chiefs wide receiver? I would have told you D-Hop re-signing would have been the best decision, but let's be real. It's probably right now the target of Stefon Diggs that you have to go after. He's going to require a heftier price, but let's be completely transparent about Stefon Diggs. He's still a very, very good wide receiver. I mean, we're only 2 years removed from having Stefon Diggs be one of the top 5 receivers in the NFL. Now, if you're not going to spend a ton of money on him, maybe a guy like Elijah Moore would make a lot of sense for you. Tyler Lockett is a free agent that you could go out. He would fit nicely in the slot. You re-signed Hollywood Brown. You still have Travis Kelce. And let's be clear, Andy Reid is going to manipulate Rashee Rice is going to come back, same with Xavier Worthy after his little arrested debacle that he had the other day. So the Chiefs are fine. I don't necessarily think they need to go out and get a wide receiver, but if they were, probably somebody like Elijah Moore, Stefon Diggs would be a good option for them. So I want you to let me know who has been the best free agency signing so far. It's going to be in the comments. I want to see as many replies to this as possible, whether that be for your favorite team or if you're more of an objective fan, you can let me know about that as well. Just put it down in the comment section below. Wolf Sports. Who are the Browns going to get at quarterback? They already do have one. His name is Deshaun Watson. And if you aren't going to start with him, Kenny Pickett. Kenny Pickett actually released on his Browns press conference that the reason he signed with the team was because they told him that he would get to compete for the starting position. So take that for what it's worth. But Deshaun Watson's contract, is easily the worst in NFL history. You're either rolling with him or you're rolling with Kenny Pickett. I don't see them drafting a quarterback. And if they do, Shedeur Sanders. Or, well, if Tennessee decides to go with Abdul Carter at 1, then maybe you could roll with Cam Ward. And that's probably what Cleveland fans are hoping for. But truthfully, I think you're going to see Kenny Pickett starting week 1 for you. Garrett, do you think the Texans are in a good spot to be in a playoff run? They got to get better on the offensive line, and they need to get healthy again at wide receiver. I love Nico Collins. I think he is Mike Evans 2.0. Big dude, silky smooth at route running, got great hands as a vertical threat as well. But you guys weren't healthy down the stretch. Tank Dell blew his knee out. Stefon Diggs tore his ACL. Your offensive line is a joke. You just traded away Laramie Tunsil to the Commanders. You've got to rebuild through the offensive line. Worry about everything else afterwards because healing from injuries will just take time. Finding the correct people to replace on the offensive line, that's a little bit more challenging. So good luck to you, Texans fan, but you're a fringe playoff team right now with the injuries, and if you don't fix the offensive line, you could be on the outside looking in. Evan, do you think Seattle is going to sign Tevin Jenkins? No, I don't. And I only say that because I know he listed them as one of the spots that he would, have. But truth be told, I don't see the need for him, really. Tevin Jenkins, second-round pick out of Oklahoma State by the Bears, played in 14 games last year and only played 64% of the total defensive snaps. Why is that? Can't stay healthy. So if you want to overpay for a second-round guard with a little bit of talent who's got a bevy of injuries, then go ahead and sign him. But truth be told, unless you're a desperate team like the Giants or the Texans, I honestly don't think that Tevin Jenkins has much of a market. Now, speaking of markets, he might not have one, but this certainly does. Caleb Williams jersey over at Fanatics, but it's not just him. You can get your favorite players anywhere. Just use this particular link that we're going to put in the comments and the description of today's video. So once you do that, you could start shopping at Fanatics, and they have got the best gear for all NFL fans. If you're a man, if you're a woman, if you're a child, it doesn't matter. They've got the best gear for you. They got hats. They got gloves. They've got jerseys. They got jerseys. I don't even know what a jersey is, but it sounds cool. And they've got the best deals all the time. So thank you, Fanatics, for the sponsor of today's video. And remember, use this link in the description and the comments of today's video. Keaton. Is Justin Fields a good signing for the Jets? I was waiting for a Justin Fields question. Thank you, Keaton. No, he's not. I love Justin Fields. I have loved Justin Fields since the Bears drafted him. But the truth is, he is a one-read quarterback. That's exactly why DJ Moore was so good with him, because Justin would look for DJ in Chicago, and when he wasn't there, he would take off running the other way. Now, in terms of athleticism, he might be the best athlete in the NFL. In fact, at the quarterback position, there might be a short list of 5 guys that have ever played the position as athletically as Justin Fields has. But with that being said, he doesn't see the field. No pun intended. Doesn't see the field, one read, bad decision-making, takes so much time to get rid of the ball. He's number 1 in sack percentage for amount of times that he's dropped back since he's entered the league. Think about that for a second. For how good of a runner and how many times he evades the sack, he takes 3 more because he just doesn't get rid of the football. So the little things that Justin Fields needs to do well, like field vision and accuracy and quick game, he just doesn't do at an elite level. So thank you, Keith. Blaze. Do you think the Titans should sign a quarterback and draft Abdul Carter or not and draft Cam Ward? The question surrounding all of the Titans rumors right now is, do you take the transformative talent or do you take the most important position on the field? I'm going to let you kind of pick this one because I've got mine. It's the quarterback. You got to draft Cam Ward. And even if Cam Ward isn't the player that he is predicted to be, even if his nonchalance doesn't translate to the NFL game and he just becomes very mid or maybe even a bust, at least you took a swing on a quarterback, right? You can't sit here and tell me that if you took Abdul Carter next year at number 1, that you would be in a far better off spot than you are right now. You're still rolling with Will Levis. Only one of those positions has a majority swing in lines on Vegas. It's the same reason that when Aaron Rodgers, when he played for Green Bay, when he would go out of a game, they would move 7 points down because the quarterback position touches the ball on every single play. It's the most important position, and we've proved that in 2025. The best quarterbacks not only get to the playoffs, but they win Super Bowls. So let me know this. Who is your top NFL free agency winner? Put it in the comment section below. I want to know what team, what player, doesn't matter. Let me know who is your top free agency winner. Crash out. Can Amari Cooper play in the weather in Boston? Yes, he can. Amari Cooper is, as Colin Cowherd likes to say, thick, trunky, and coastal. He's one of those receivers that he can play in any kind of climate. He's just got the build for an NFL receiver. I believe he's 6'2.5", 220-ish pounds. He can make things happen. He's got strong hands, good with yards after the catch. Had some injury last year with his broken hand. He's getting up there in age, so he's not the Amari Cooper that he was in Dallas. But I still think that put him in New England, give him Drake May, and I think you'll see some upwards in productivity from Amari Cooper. Mariano, how do you feel about the Raiders coming up this season and getting Mekhi Becton? Mekhi Becton is a very interesting player. A bust when he was drafted, gets signed by the Eagles, and completely transformed. 3 things in life are certain. Death, taxes, and the Eagles having a good offensive line. They just know how to develop it. So I'm not going to sit here and glaze Mekhi Becton and tell you that, oh my God, he's, the best free agent left tackle on the market. But let's be clear. From where he was when he started his NFL career to where he's at now, he's in a far better spot. As for the Raiders' fit, why not? The Raiders are notorious for throwing money at players that have some question marks in the air. So he's a big dude. He's 6'7", 340 pounds. You're signing a behemoth of a human being. I think from what he showed us last year in Philadelphia, he'll be good enough to start for the Las Vegas Raiders. Gimme. Should the Texans trade up in the draft to get Calvin Banks? Yes, they should. The offensive tackle class outside of Will Campbell and Calvin Banks is kind of slim pickings because then you get down to like round 2 and round 3 where you start to get better value picks for that position. So, yes, I'm going to say so because now Laramie Tunsil's gone. So, what do? You go up and you grab yourself a very, very good offensive line prospect, and that's exactly what Calvin Banks is. A lot of people actually believe that Calvin Banks is a better left tackle than Will Campbell is, but Will Campbell is going to be the more versatile player because you can kick Will Campbell inside the left guard, and he'll be an all-pro. He doesn't have the measurables that Calvin Banks has, but he's just as good, if not a better athlete, and he's got higher upside and more versatility. That is why he's projected to go higher. So all you got to do if you want more content like this coming your way is hit that subscribe button. It is 100% free, and we will see you on next week's episode of NFL Daily. Sweet. All right. As we get closer and closer to ending our stream, this will be your last chance to get your super chats in. So shout out your favorite team. If you want us to talk about it, send us a $5. If you want me to do a beer bong, one last one of the day, it's $50, and I will actually drop that price for our little happy hour special. $20 beer bong right now. Somebody sends in a $20 beer bong, I'll rock it. We did get a signing. Adoree Jackson to the Eagles. Full details to be announced. Adoree Jackson. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who did he play for last year? Was it the Lions? was the Giants. Oh, you're right. He did. Yes, he played for the Titans and then the Giants. Gabe says, Moose, do you see a world where Tet McMillan drops to 18 in your dreams? No. The Saints have their eyes all over him at 9. I'm telling you, if he's available at 9, the Saints are taking him. They love Tet McMillan. The Raiders are high on Tet McMillan, too. So he's probably going to go between 6 and 10. Easily the best receiver in this year's draft. But I could see Luther Burden III being there at 18. Winsey, where do you think the big-name receivers will sign? Funny you should ask. We just did a free agency signing a couple of minutes ago. So if you want to check out that video a little later on tonight, that'd be much appreciated. What's your X, Moose, since my question didn't get answered on here? Christian, it is Moose_NFL with a capital M. Luther or Golden at 18? Luther. Luther Burden. Way better. What up, Triz? You want my freedom funnel? Hey now, pause. By the way, we did just get a little question about Tet McMillan, and the question was, do you see a world where he falls to 18? And I said, if he's available at 9, the Saints are taking him. Trizzy Trace Gerard, the new GM. I love Trace. Thanks, brother. Fun fact, he's the first Trace I've ever met in my entire life. So, my name is Trace. Never met a Trace until I've met that Trace, which is pretty cool. All right, last second options. I love it. 5-minute countdown. We're going to start the timer. If we want to get in our last second super chats, that is greatly appreciated as we count down the very end of free agency day 4. I almost said the draft. I don't know why I almost said the draft. There we go. Last chance to get those super chats in. We're at $130. If you could get us to $150, that caps it. We'd be so grateful. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a Miami Dolphin. Is the beer bong offer still up? Yes, Kyle, it is. $20 and I'll do a beer bong. $20, I'll do a beer bong. Right now, I'll rip it. Where do you think Stefon Diggs is going to sign? I feel like I've answered this question like 80 times today. Either the Chiefs or with the Cowboys. Pats do make sense for Kupp, but so do the Broncos. Both of them are interested. What up, Ave? How you doing? Chuck it to me. Why? Hey, we did get a super chat. We got our first $5. Avery, you can come on screen. It's okay. You can say hello to the people. Yeah, no, come on. Let's go say. This is our newest Chat Sports employee. This is Avery. Everybody say, hey, Avery. Hey, wow, look at that. We got a 20 when you came in. You're going to have to stay here for the entire show next time. I'm sorry. When you showed up on screen, we got a 20. It just makes perfect sense. Way to go, Kyle. It does make the heart grow fonder. That's right. Everybody spam Avery in the chat and Kyle. Kyle and Avery. A penny for your thoughts. What do you think about Cooper Kupp and Kyle Juszczyk going to Seattle? So he met with Pittsburgh, but he's not sold, I'm told, on Pittsburgh. So going to Seattle could make some sense. He's a versatile fullback who plays more like a power running back, kind of like a Jamal Lewis type, if you remember all the way back in 2001 for the Ravens. So I would say Juszczyk lower on the tier than Cooper Kupp, but Kupp going to Seattle is like at the top of the rumors board right now. Them, the Patriots, the Broncos, and the Chargers. Those are the 4 teams that are all in for his services. And then our buddy Kyle. First time super chat. Let's give a little 2 claps for Kyle here. 2 claps for Kyle. That was perfect. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah.
Let's get those chugs.
Steve Austin.
Let's get those chugs. 2 minutes left to get your supers in.
Becca says, what if I super chat $500? I will break down and cry right here. All right. Actually, you know what? Because Kyle's a real one, I'm going to add a little bit more. There we go. All right. In 3, 2, 1.
Everyone spam those chugs. Spam those chugs. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. There we go.
Oh! Last one of the day. Ugh. And it felt like a knife. It felt like a knife. Whew! Good shit, Kyle. Thank you. I appreciate that. Made my eyes water a little bit. All right, we did hit our goal. We smashed it. You guys have been an amazing audience as we wrap up with 1 minute left of our show. Let's get one last second push here for anybody who has not subscribed. Hit that subscribe button. It is free. Like we've said a million times, you will be a member of the Chat Sports family when you hit that subscribe button. So consider us brothers now if you've already done so. Thank you. 42 seconds left. Literally last seconds to get your super chats. Oh, 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 oh. Ah. 15. There we go. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're out. All right, that is going to do it for us here at Chat Sports and day 4 of NFL free agency. You guys have been phenomenal. Thank you for making my very first free agency live as great as it could possibly be. Until we meet again, my name is Trace Moustakas. Be cool.